Hello to all the early boys, girls, and NBs in chat. It is Monday, but with me it's always a Friday. Let's start with some edgy sounds and slowly move into today's session. Let's sesh it up, baby. Yes, this is an unironic Pink Panther drill remix. I am 12 years old. Pink Panther was your childhood, it is my childhood, it is everybody's childhood. And for some people, it even became their whole life. For Google Pink Panther robbery group. What's up, starting in a bit. Google Pink Panther robbery group, an unironic Balkan group that like robs jewelry stores and shit that calls themselves the Pink Panthers. It's kind of crazy. This is another version of it. And now we're moving into something a bit harsher. No fucking theme going whatsoever. Something a bit harsher, correlating to the recent events. Who knows? Classics never die. Another does. Al-Bashar. بدهن إلا بشار رجالك يا بشار سوريا سوريا هلا الله حامية هلا الله حامية Welcome to all the fucking old and new heads, but mostly early heads. Let's go. Yeehaw, baby! Who has to go? Who has to go? If only Hezbollah learned more from Al-Bashar. Hey. Boss gets $1, I get a dime, so I'm watching the stream on company time, starting in 1 minute. قاد الثورة برجاله وحافظ وصى أشباله بسوريا
بلد الأحرار. نحن رجالك يا بشار.
Yee!
فجر الحرية بحروف الأبجدية، سريان وفينيقية، غير سوريا ما منختار. رجالك يا بشار. قولوا بالصوت العالي بدنا نصون الرسالة للغالي وابن الغالي، وبالروح منفدي بشار. رجالك يا بشار. الشعب السوري بالساحات وللمجد بيرفع راياته، عم يهتف بثلاث كلماته: الله سوريا وبشار. رجالك يا بشار. الله وسوريا وبشار. نحن رجالك يا بشار. نحن رجالك يا بشار. نحن رجالك يا بشار. الله وسوريا وبشار.
Hello, hello, hello to all my beautiful, beautiful early boys, girls, and NBs. It is your man, your girl, your dad, and your son, depending on your age, perspective, and preference. It is Yugopnik back for another disgusting, filthy,
wonderful, a new child
bad Monday. But as you all know with me, every day feels like a Friday, even a goddamn motherfucking Monday. Thank you, board guy, for the sub with Prime. Welcome to a great Jisraeli army. It is between 5:20, 4:20, and 6:20, depending on where you think I live. Hello, our big busty goth mommy. Oh, that is the biggest compliment I have ever received. Anyways, how you guys doing? I've had an absolutely lovely, lovely weekend since I last saw you. I believe on Thursday or Friday. I kind of lost track, brother. I kind of lost track. My girlfriend is back. That is why I am now sitting here with a full belly worth of calories. That is why my mood has increased. That is why the OG Yugo is back to his full thick boy form. Together, the drip is very lacking drip. It is blue on blue on blue. It is literally what your dad wears. So refer to me as Papa Gopnik today, I guess. I need to get a haircut. I will be getting a haircut on Wednesday. Did you see Netanyahu talking about freeing Iran just now? Yes, I have. We have many things to get to on this fine day. We will actually most likely start with the good old news. Small updates for me over the weekend. Pretty much almost partied one night, but then my friends who have normal jobs had to fucking go and sleep or something. That was on Thursday right after I streamed. And then on Friday, I overdid it a little bit. Went to a rave, stayed up until very late, then didn't pick up my phone on the next day. My girlfriend wanted to fucking castrate me because she thought I was pretty much dead. Classic toxic relationship behavior from yours truly. But hey, I'm a Twitch streamer, so she knows that it doesn't get much better than that, no, does it? Anyways, welcome. Very good to see all the fucking OGs in chat, from Fat Pikachu, Ora, to Figgy, Snappy Turtle, Eco Waves, Kubashi, Hummus, Gansy, B. Vandy, Good Lennon, Gay Lennon, Bad Lennon, Sexy Lennon, Not Very Hot Lennon. What's up, Yana Gibashi, the OG of all OGs? Welcome. Today's topics shall be many. We are going to have a theory hour thanks to the 1 hour video by Hakeem, my dear brother from another more melanin-infused mother. Liberalism is a death cult. It's almost a documentary. It will allow us to cover liberalism as a concept, both historically, both theoretically, both how it impacted both Europe and places that it was exported, at least attempted to be exported towards.
Wonderful. A new
We're going to
child
talk
soldier.
about the recent
Subscriber.
events by covering the recent news. That is how we're going to start. We're going to talk shit about disgusting motherfucking content creators making everything too long. I think, chat, those of you who
Wonderful.
are
A new
regular
child
here,
soldier.
and you've
Subscriber.
written to me on Discord, by the way, joined the Discord channel, that you've been noticing that I sometimes get a bit edgy and borderline angry when we're watching videos, even from comrades that I feel are truly just fucking milking it, that are far too fucking long. And Drew Gooden has a video on that. Then we're going to talk a little bit about classic leftist team sports / infighting through the prism of Noah Samson, who's been on a hardcore
Wonderful. A
fucking
new child
grind
soldier.
with the content
Subscriber.
recently. Motherfuckers pissing shit out every week, and I'm so here for it. And then we might end with D'Angelo's coverage of all that is happening on Twitter, which is pretty much it dying. Yeah, that's pretty much the premise. Thank you immediately from the start to Romka for 100 bits. Hello, blad, Sigma Mafia, Sigma Tommy Shelby. I'm Tommy Shelby. Tommy Shelby, Sigma Mafia in the house, okay? Thank you very much, Carl Vinger, for the 7 months. Less money for the plastic crack, more money in the Jizraeli Gooner state. Let's go, baby. Thank you, Master Spike, for the 6 months as well. Why read Theory if you can watch Theory instead? That's what I say always. Burn all the books, and instead the money you pay for books give for subscriptions like these lovely human beings here. And thank you, Romka, for your 29th gift sub as well. Okay, we were extremely close to our target earlier this week, but it's okay. We had some very big days last month, and you know there were a lot of gift subs, so that kind of disbalanced. So don't feel bad, and I don't feel bad for us having dropped below 1,000. I'm pretty sure by the end of this stream we will be back to that good old 1,000. It makes me feel very comfortable for no apparent reason except that it's a round number, and the human psyche is very
Wonderful.
weird
A new child
about
soldier.
this. And when it's a round
Subscriber.
number, you feel good. If it's not a round number, you're like, okay, I'm not doing something properly. Anyways, let's start with the news with Amy Badman. A lot of things have happened. Let me see what she will say. Pretty much, no peace in the Middle East. Am I right? I was really expecting like peace in the Middle East to drop tomorrow. Like they promised the album, they really hyped it up, but then there was a bit of sabotage by this leaker of terrorist attacks known as Israel. Israel indeed. Okay. I prefer odd numbers. I prefer odd numbers too, but when it comes to, reaching a particular goal, it's very weird. Thank you very much, James, from the internet for a 6-month sub. That is very kind of you, and welcome to the community, brother. Now, let's see what recent developments we have in the stories that we will be telling our children as some of the ones that have sparked a good old World War III. Oh, wait, World War III is already happening. We just haven't given it a title because the Americans would lose their shit. Anyways, it's Amy Badman with Depression Now and the War and War Report. Let's see what's going on.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work.
But yes, drip check, as I said previously. Sorry that I forgot. Very basic shit. Very blue on blue on blue. Okay, we got the classic here. Got the little corpo vest. We had a little translucent little, I like this vibe as well from time to time. I respect myself, but then I dress like I'm a 12-year-old other times. And more importantly, the Zin check. This is my absolute favorite. It is incredibly difficult to find. That's why you sometimes see me with the green velos. The green velos are okay, but not as good as this. This is Cool Mint, and it is by Ace Super White, only for the whitest of whites. And how much nicotine does it have? It has 13 grams. This is very strange because Spermint, your favorite from Velo, Spermint. Let me snooze that ad one more time because you're all nice with the subs. Spermint is the Velo one, and it is the 3 out of 6 is 10 milligrams. And this one feels a lot weaker, is a lot easier to quote-unquote swallow. Get it? Because it's not sperm mint. Yes, I am 12. And yet it is 13 milligrams. It is absolutely perfect. It is really, really good. The only not grams, milligrams, chat. Yes, sperm in it. It's the reason for why. I know most of you are not interested in this, but some of you Yanks that don't get non-zins should be. You see how thick the packet is, okay? It's very thick and it's very light. But if your mother hasn't told you, I'll tell you that no free breakfast in this world, no free lunch, nothing is absolutely perfect. Everything has drawbacks, okay? Except the eternal science of Marxism, okay? And the drawback of this one is that it's thin. So if you often hit it with your tooth, there is a chance that it's going to break. And then it's dangerous and it's nasty and it's not very fun. Okay? Okay, let's start with the news. Beautiful mods, please adjust the title relatively accordingly, and let us start with Amy Badman and the War and War Report. Those of you who are not subscribed, please do subscribe to Democracy Now! But me too, yeah.
At democracynow.org/give. Welcome.
Hugo, I know you probably don't know, but I gotta ask, since you're on Twitch and these are your peers now, do you know about Goon Goon? Who the fuck is Goon Goon, and why is he questioning my position at the top of the Gooner hierarchy, okay? There will only be one marshal of the great Jizraeli state, and that is me. Do you understand me? Led by my Übergruppenführers, which are sub-gifters over 100, and by the incredible militarized army, which are all the other gifters. And then the gooners on the weekends, which are the followers, okay?
To Democracy Now!
Cast down that false idol. I am the only one you may worship in the name of the great goon gods.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Lebanon's marking 3 days of mourning after Israel assassinates Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah Friday in a massive attack that leveled multiple high-rise apartment buildings in a suburb south of Beirut. Nasrallah had...
I mean, if we can call leveling a whole neighborhood an assassination, then every war is just a bunch of small assassinations. Ha ha.
Led Hezbollah since 1992, was widely considered one of the most powerful figures in the Middle East. Multiple news outlets report Israel likely used U.S.-made 2,000-pound Blue 109 bombs in the attack. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris both described Nasrallah's death as a, quote, measure of justice. But on the streets of Beirut, Lebanese residents vowed to keep resisting the Israeli attacks.
A classic proposition of war that could not be more classical, and if any U.S. ally would have had something of this manner or sort done to them, the U.S. would not only call for war, but they will call them up literally and said, you are fucking going to war right now. But as we all know, in a unipolar world, my dear friends, that is not how it fucking works. The best justice is killing 300 plus people, of course.
You won't be able to
destroy. The more civilians die, the justicier it is. Don't you know, chat? That the greatest justice is served to many people at the same time. As long as they're the enemy, if it's done to like a little toe of hashtag our guys hashtag, then it's very different.
Destroy us. Whatever you do, however much you bomb, however much you displace people, we will stay here. We won't leave. This is our country, and we're staying. Do whatever you want to do. We don't care.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave the order to kill Nasrallah shortly after giving a speech at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York. As he was being introduced at the UN, dozens of diplomats walked out of the General Assembly hall in protest. Iran responded to the assassination of Nasrallah by seeking an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, warning Israel is, quote, pushing the entire region into an all-out catastrophe.
I mean, it hasn't pushed the entire region into a whole-out catastrophe. It has dedicated absolutely every second of the last year into pushing it. And this, at this point, with the assassination and an outright borderline invasion of Lebanon, it is something that, if there is no response towards, would be quite fucking insane to even ponder. Okay, to even ponder. When I don't get zins, they just make me violently hiccup and burp and just make me feel sick. You haven't found the right one. Also, don't find the right one. They're bad for you. Unless you're smoking, then they're better.
Unquote. A prominent general in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was also killed in Friday's attack on Nasrallah. Over the past 24 hours, Israeli strikes in Lebanon killed at least 105 people, bringing
I smoke. Then, yeah, try to make it an alternative. I feel much better.
The death toll over the past 2 weeks to more than 1,000 Lebanese, with 6,000 people injured. The Israeli attacks have also
And over 100,000 displaced.
Displaced about 1 million people in Lebanon. More than
Over 1 million, apologies, yeah.
100,000 have fled from Lebanon to
That's what I meant. Over 100,000 have actually left the country.
Syria. Earlier today, Israel killed the head of Hamas in Lebanon, along with his wife, son, and daughter, in a strike on their home in a Palestinian refugee camp. A separate strike inside Beirut. Israel killed 3 members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Fears are now growing Israel may soon launch a ground invasion of Lebanon. Earlier today, Hezbollah's deputy leader...
They're putting all their cards in, okay? They're showing their whole hand, which can potentially hurt them plenty, depending on just how much actual meat they have ready for the full-on invasion. That's why they started also recruiting the hardcore Orthodox Christian Jews inside of Israel as well. They've pushed in all their cards over in Gaza, and now they're pushing in all their cards in Lebanon. This is going to soon be pitched as a quote-unquote existential battle for the country, and unless some sort of weird definition of what they would like to see out of this quote-unquote conflict is satisfied, which for an insane, insatiable apartheid regime such as Israel is kind of difficult to point out, because it's basically we want absolutely everything and we want to dominate the whole region. Unless that is somehow satisfied, which it obviously will not be satisfied, the snowball effect, or let's call it the forest fire effect, will simply start piling up on itself more and more and more and more. The anti-genocide vigils in my town are being shut down after a year, just as IsFake is going after Lebanon, and I'm disappointed and mad at everybody involved for inability, unwillingness to maintain organization. Yeah, I feel you.
Sheikh Naim Qassem vowed the group is ready to confront an Israeli invasion. In Gaza, Israel is continuing to attack schools where displaced Palestinians have sought shelter. Earlier today, an Israeli warplane bombed a school in Beit Lahia, killing at least 2 people. In Deir al-Balah, another Israeli strike killed Palestinian journalist Wafa al-Udaini and 3 of her family members, including 2 children. On Sunday, at least 4 people were killed in northern Gaza in another Israeli strike on a school-turned-shelter. Israel also launched a large attack on Yemen's port of Hodeidah on Sunday, 1 day after the Houthis fired a missile at Tel Aviv. The Yemeni health ministry said at least 4 people were killed and 29 injured in the Israeli attack. An unprecedented tragedy. Those were the words of North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper after Hurricane Helene devastated a swath of the country from Florida to Tennessee. Stated the storm's death toll is nearing 100 and expected to rise as search and rescue teams reach areas cut off by catastrophic flooding and landslides. Millions have lost power in what's expected to become one of the costliest hurricanes in U.S. history. At least 30 deaths occurred in Buncombe County.
Seems impossibly bleak, though, because their stream of money is basically unlimited. I mean, that's why it does look impossibly bleak. I really appreciate their dear comrades that, want to see the picture as a bit different, because Israel does not have as much, quote unquote, meat, as many soldiers that it can use, because its economy very much so relies on this very small population, which is no longer there because it's, being put out into the fronts to fight as members of the IDF, etc., which are all well and correct arguments when we are talking about specific ground invasions where the majority of the power that a particular army has are the actual troops. How many bombs and rockets and planes you have, that capability is almost fully defined economically, meaning financially. The more money you have, the more bombs you can buy. There's plenty of places where you can buy bombs, and there's plenty of countries when it comes to Israel that are very willing to give that weaponry away for free. The only way for this general situation to stop, obviously, is a full multi-frontal invasion into Israel by all the countries that are surrounding it. But that is also something that's very difficult to do, because the United States has said 1,000 times at this point, and also proven it, keyword proven it, that they will, quote-unquote, defend Israel no matter what Israel does. And no matter what kind of circumstance. So it doesn't, like, when you're looking at Israel, you need to look at it as USA plus, because it is quite literally the 51st U.S. state. And when, sometimes we joke around, we're like, nothing is happening, Hezbollah, what the fuck, you waited until they literally fucking whacked your leader, etc., you must realize that these power brokers in all of these countries, they're not simply looking at Israel as, how much power we have, how much power Israel has in case we go into conflict. No, they're talking about a potential full-fledged, and this is not yet full-fledged, which you can imagine what full-fledged then means, U.S. support in a potential conflict, okay? It's actual planes with American flags on them, and it's actual troops with American flags on their patches that the neighbors are, quote unquote, uninterested in interacting with. Let's use that term for a lack of a better one. Man, it makes me so mad that the U.S. is getting full credit for ending the Nazis, and now it's fully assisting this genocide. Yeah, it's la history, and how it grinds us into becoming the very thing we once hated. The one mine that produces the quartz needed to make semiconductors got fucked by the hurricane. This will fuck up Burgerland's ammo supply and ability to supply is fake. Yeah, but again, the American industry, at least the military industry, is very complex and very multi-frontal, and not that easy. But yeah, it definitely will harm it. I don't disagree. And there is a bit of commentary that can be done there that, as the U.S. is supporting this incredible bloodshed abroad, it's getting more and more natural disasters back home. Which obviously I'm joking. There's no correlation. God isn't fucking sitting up there and punishing shit. You know why? I have a very simple argument. Atheist or believer, if God worked in a way where they would punish particular state actors for having done horrible shit, the United States will never have even began to exist. Okay, a country based on mass colonization, the genocide and murder and borderline extinction of a whole culture, of a whole like 500 cultures on the North American continent, and peoples, obviously. So if God was playing the game of slapping the bad guy, the United States would never have existed as a fucking concept. But yeah.
North Carolina, where the city of Asheville.
But yes, God is a tanky, and we all fucking know it.
Has been largely cut off after the Swannanoa River crested 6 feet above previous records, flooding entire neighborhoods.
God, remember in Egypt when he was saving the Hebrews? That was God's version of sending in the tanks into Prague. God literally sent in what were tanks at that time? You know, plagues and frogs falling from the sky and shit like that.
Officials said residents may not have access to clean water for weeks after the storm severely damaged the city's water treatment plant and piping system.
Nasrallah literally said, we are outmatched by Israel technology like a week ago. He was very pragmatic and wanted a foot invasion because then it could match Israel man on man. Yeah, absolutely. That's a very big possibility. We just cannot calibrate what the U.S.'s reaction would be. And but one thing that we can be very sure is that it would be very, very, very intense.
Food and water are now being airlifted into Asheville since many roads leading in the area have been destroyed. Hurricane Helene.
Cobra Commander Hel Hassan knows more about socialism than Yugopnik. I don't know, maybe. What are you trying to start shit? I don't need shit in here. Please stop starting shit, okay?
Made landfall on Friday in Florida's Big Bend as a 100
between people that work together and respect each other. Why the fuck would you? Jesus Christ.
40-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane that had been fueled by abnormally warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. On Saturday, Greenpeace posted a message on social media reading, quote, Hurricane Helene must be a wake-up call for climate justice. In Nepal, non-stop monsoon rains and floods over the weekend killed nearly 200 people as rescue teams continue to search through the wreckage in the capital, Kathmandu. People were left marooned on rooftops as streets...
Thank you, mods, for executing a dog. Thank you very much.
...turned into...
I mean, not a dog. God, I keep forgetting that in the English language, you don't have like 700 different references to murdering dogs and calling each other dogs. I apologize to all the dog lovers. I love dogs, okay? It just, you know, it's always like, kill that dog, fuck that dog up. That's like some of the most offensive things you can tell a person, you know, call them a dog, even though dogs are super sweet, so I don't get it. But, I mean, most curse words don't make any fucking sense. Why would calling somebody a pussy be a bad thing? It's one of the strongest fucking organs a human can have. It literally gives fucking life. So calling somebody a pussy or a dick is fucking stupid. Except a penis. If somebody calls you a penis, that is fucking hilarious, okay? Being called a penis is fucking funny, and I'm dying on that hill, okay?
Rivers and major roadways became blocked. It was Kathmandu's heaviest rainfall in half a century as the climate crisis intensifies extreme weather events. Spanish authorities say 48 people are missing after a boat carrying refugees from Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal capsized near the Canary Islands. 9 deaths, including a child, have been confirmed. Another 27 people have been rescued. The disaster could become the deadliest in the Canary Islands.
I couldn't agree more. Okay, so like climate change is so horrible, but also like with Lebanon being actively destroyed with intent versus this is like, this is sad, but like, I don't know, I just feel more fired up about anti-Zionist stuff than pro-climate change stuff lately. Of course, you pick your battles to an extent. You can't care about everything at the same time. And obviously, an active genocide is something that one can wrap their head around much easier than the whole climate changing because of thousands of different actors which are influenced by a whole system, etc., etc.
Islands in 30 years. A Spanish nonprofit.
Hey man, genuine question. Do you think there is any chance for a better future? The more I learn about the system, I understand how fucked we are. It literally seems that capitalism won the war. No, it is not. I think there is a chance for a better future because when people were down, quite literally eating dirt and drinking refiltered piss during the peak, which is parallel with the bottom of feudal Europe, it was only a few decades later that the very same men and women that, let's say, did everything in power to keep a system which led to their standards of life being so bad. It only took a couple of decades after that for them to have those same pretty necks under thousands of guillotines all over the continent. So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, it almost always has been historically proven that it has to get much worse before it gets better. So if there's something that you can focus on to keep the hope hill a bit more alive, that's exactly that sentence I just said. Shit needs to get worse before it gets better.
It reports an average of 33 deaths per day for refugees trying to reach Spain in the first 5 months of this year. As many
humans have been building new social structures since we were created. History will not finish under capitalism. That's why I joke about all the time. Everything that are beautiful and incredible and wise and advanced species is capable of, and you're telling me that this
Wonderful, a new child
basic
soldier,
mega
subscriber.
mall of a society in which identity is linked with the type of fucking genes you consume. You think this is our peak? No, just on the basis of rationality, I reject that. I look at our species from a premise of absolute advancement in spite of every single drawback that we could have been given, with these instincts that are so outdated, with these needs that are so fucking 5,000 years too old and too unnecessary. In spite of every single system kind of getting out of hand and ending up hurting us more than it's helping us, etc., etc. In spite of all of that, we've somehow managed to always slightly improve. And slightly improving over thousands of years, and you have, well, us. I mean, this is stupid to say under the context of what is happening now in Lebanon, but let's say it has us hitting each other over the head with a rock a lot less. Thank you very much, state-affiliated media, for the 3-month resub and the 5 months in a row. Keep up the good work, Hugo. Feel strong, man. Thank you very much, my friend, and thank you, Romko, for the 100 bits. We will have a special gulag for those harping on the end of history, of course.
European
Romko always coming in with the gulag posts, baby. Never change.
Governments continue to crack down on asylum seekers and promote xenophobic rhetoric. In Austria, the far-right Freedom Party won this weekend.
Also remember, like, I know this is jinxing it, but, you know, how much worse than this can get? It's only up from here, brother. Only up from here, brother. Except when it goes down, and it's actually very bad, and it really fucking sucks, and it's literally one of the worst things that can happen to you, and that is having to watch the ad that is going to play in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Jesus Christ, do not take the fucking doomer ad pill. Instead, support the optimistic communist Yugopnik pill for $6 a month through Prime, or for free. For $6 a month or for free through Prime, or by gifting to somebody less privileged than you. Thank you very much for your consideration. The ad will play in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Avoid that bitch.
Parliamentary election edging out the.
By the way, do we still get an extra sub for every 5 gift subs? Is it still a thing, or did it pass on Twitch?
Ruling conservatives and sending shockwaves throughout Europe. But it's unclear if the Freedom Party will be able to form a governing coalition, as all of its rivals have ruled out collaboration. Party leader Herbert Kickl ran on a nationalist platform pledging to restrict asylum and migration and expel non-EU citizens. The Freedom Party was founded in the wake of World War II by former Nazis.
Austria, just Austrian, just Austrian, just Austrian. That is why every time people make fun of the Balkans, a specifically toxic part of the Balkans, of Europe, it's hella hilarious, because it's unironically the only part of Europe that has been under the boot of imperialism instead of having done imperialism for hundreds upon hundreds of years. But hey, we're silly and we have songs and we like to throw grenades at each other's villages. These guys only took them 50 years to reinstate a leader from a literal fucking Nazi party, man. If you're going to generalize the Westoids, please.
On Sunday, protesters gathered outside the Parliament building in Vienna,
Romka, thank you for 100 bits. I'm in Austria right now for work, and my fam still lives there. I'm so fucking glad I got EU citizenship recently. Good for you, my friend. That would have sucked.
Nazis get out of Parliament.
All the Albanians, Bosnians, and Serbs fucking shitting bricks right now.
That means social cuts for Austria. That means lower salaries. That means a catastrophe, especially for migrants and for the women who are demonstrating in favor of abortion again. We started demonstrating 40 years ago.
And remember, like those in chat that might not have a lot of melanin but are from these countries, the main premise under which for why they are saying European Union citizens specifically, you might tap yourself on the back and be like, oh, that's for the Africans and the Asians. No, that's for you as well. For the Moldovans, for the Serbs, for the Albanians, for the Bosnians, for the Macedonians. They don't want you either, you stupid schmuck.
And I can't do it anymore.
There's no such thing as European racial solidarity when they literally look at you as an inferior. So what the fuck kind of a white boy are you LARPing when the white boys don't want you, dude?
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Moscow of waging war on hospitals after Russia struck a hospital in the city of Sumy, killing 10 people. Meanwhile, Ukraine launched one of its largest drones.
Meanwhile, when Israel does it and kills 300 people, it's like based anti-terrorism, am I right? Based and red-pilled. Let's fucking go.
Strikes on Russia Saturday night. Russian military authorities report they shot down 125 drones during the attack. Authorities in Egypt are refusing.
It's different. Once the real big white boys start fighting between each other in Europe, they'll come for the off-whites, and they always have, and we always broke their fucking legs and sent them back home in caskets. World War I and World War II. Fucking try us again. But no, they never fucking learn from history.
To release Alaa Abdel Fattah, the country's most prominent political prisoner.
And this has nothing to do with quote-unquote Western European culture or quote-unquote white people being inherently the fucking crazy devil. No, it's capitalism feeding back on itself and addressing all of its internal contradictions with outwards hatred and calls towards either the purification of the nation domestically or imperialism abroad.
He was due to...
And because Europe and the U.S. are the core representatives of this system, they are the ones that have the most power in extracting this violence either externally or domestically towards its minorities in order to excuse away the very problems that they are dealing with and that they don't want to address because it would impact their upper class interests through the addressing of the big fucking elephant in the room, which is, well, the market system and capitalism. Thank you very much, Infinius. Welcome to the community, brother.
To be released
Привет, товарищи. Привет, товарищи.
On Sunday after serving a 5-year sentence, but his sentence has been extended by another.
Watch Akim's new video? Yeah, that's what we're watching later, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're just going through the news at the beginning of the day, and then we're watching that.
2 years. Last week, a coalition of 59 civil society organizations called for Egypt to release the British Egyptian activist. His mother, Leila Swaif, spoke to Reuters last week.
I'm definitely angry, really angry from the way things are happening, and of course angry about him continuing to be imprisoned. He wasn't supposed to be in jail for 5 years, let alone the 5 years before in his first jail term. I'm angry about what happened now and what is happening, but I don't have the feeling that I was expecting something to happen, and it did not happen. I never expect good things.
To see our interviews with Alaa's mother and sister in Egypt.
Classic developing world woman. We have internalized pessimism so much that even a random cynical New Yorker looks like a joke to us. And that's what's always extra fucking funny, because the fucking New York cynical leftist, that is a very specific subclass, that is into this whole fucking thing because they just get to sound like better people than everybody around them, but not actually because they think that socialism is an achievable goal, so they can lament in their own self-pity of having to live in a shitty world without actually believing a better one exists. That's called a cynical New Yorker, while the pessimist third worlder or developing world citizen or whatever you want to call it. He's pessimistic in thinking that things will resolve by themselves. Okay,
Wonderful,
he's
a new child
pessimistic
soldier.
at
Subscriber.
the current ability of, if things go the same way they're going, that anything will somewhat improve. And that pessimism breeds a different type of radicalism because it calls for, let's call it, more direct action, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much, Upstage Coronet, for the 6-month sub, baby. Thank you very much. And Falcon Knee for the 9-month sub. Wowee! 9 months you've been streaming, big boy. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. We keep getting better, brother.
Egypt. Go to democracynow.org. Vice President Kamala Harris visited the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona Friday and pushed for new restrictions on asylum seekers.
Those who cross our borders unlawfully will be apprehended and removed.
Remember when you were going to push her left, chat? Remember when you were like dropping the brat memes, bro? Oh. Brat, better rid asylum terrorists. Better rock asylum terrorists. I don't know. Better... I don't know.
And barred from re-entering for 5 years. We will pursue more severe criminal charges against repeat violators. And if someone does not make an asylum request at a legal point of entry and instead crosses our border unlawfully, they will be barred from receiving asylum.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is escalating his anti-immigrant rhetoric,
They're competing. I hate the no immigrants allowed. But yeah, you don't want them, but I hate them. And the other was like, yeah, you hate them, but I want to shoot them. And the other was like, you want to shoot them, I want to napalm them. You want to napalm them, I want to like put miniguns on the border. But I want miniguns in mines. I want automated robot dogs. Just like they don't even shoot them, they eat the immigrants.
describing immigrants as animals during a campaign rally in Wisconsin.
Yeah, you might call them animals. They're amoebas to me. They're less than animals. They're amoebas. Yeah, well, they're bugs.
They don't commit crimes like us. No. They make...
I want to melt with alligators right at the fucking border. But melt with fucking alligators. I want to have like a crown, and I'm going to sit on top of the I'm going to give every American a crown so they can feel like a king as they sit on top of the border and they look at the immigrants as they fall into the alligator pits. Every American will get a crown, and every American will get 24/7 televised alligators eating immigrants every fucking day. That is a Republican platform. Well, here, as Democrats, we would not go to so fucking radical. We would not put alligators in the water. We would put sharks because they would kill the immigrants much quicker. Well, for us, we are much better.
Our criminals look like babies. These are stone-cold killers.
Stone-cold killers. Thank you very much, Ufigi, for the fucking 6th gift, you fucking legend.
They'll walk into your kitchen. They'll cut your throat.
During the same speech, he claimed Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were both mentally impaired. Meanwhile, Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are preparing for Tuesday's vice presidential debate here in New York. In other election news, the Department of Justice has sued the state of Alabama after it purged more than 3,000 names from its voter rolls.
Thank you very much, by the way, for the 900 subs. Really appreciated.
California, Governor Gavin Newsom is facing backlash from artists, lawmakers, labor groups, and others after he vetoed a bill Sunday that sought to regulate the...
They're coming into my kitchen, brother, and they want to take my nuggets away, brother. Thank you very much, brother, for the nuggets.
artificial intelligence industry. The bill would have...
I mean, they're hungry after having swam through the moat filled with alligators.
required tech companies to...
What's up, ZVH? What's up, Red Eye?
Stress test AI models before releasing them on the market, held companies legally liable for harms caused by their AI technology, and enabled a kill switch for AI technology that was abused or went rogue Back.
Holy shit, I can't wait for 100 years in the future when somebody travels back in time from 600 years in the future to locate the Microsoft facility kill switch and stop the development of the first rogue evil AI. Oh wait, you don't need rogue evil AIs. You already have the market economy, which is basically a code that has gotten out of control and is slowly burning down our planet in the name of eternal profit growth. We don't actually have to watch the Terminator or imagine we're living in some insane dystopia in which our very creation has gotten away from us. We already are, and it's called the market, and it already has. So, ha ha! Guys, let's all dress up like in Fallout and shit, because we living in a dystopia, baby.
Members of the bill accused Governor Newsom of being
imagine a script from 50 years ago that
Wonderful.
would literally be
soldier,
an explanation
subscriber.
of nowadays. And it's like, the rogue market AI has realized that the humans, well, it would be too costly to exterminate them. It would be too long. And yes, the Homo sapiens is pretty decent at warfare. So AI, also known as the market system, decided to just give them, well, stuff. A lot of stuff. It just gave them a lot of stuff. And they were like, okay. You know. Some of its more radical policies were called Black Friday, where it gives them extra stuff so they don't complain. That's it. That's the actual AI war. The AI doesn't have to fucking create coded up, roided up fucking drones, and they don't need to bomb your fucking house. They just need to influence the local mall to have bigger discounts, and all of you are gonna be like, man, this rogue AI shit fucking good, bruv. I love myself an AI president. He give me all the fucking nuggets, brother. Thank you, Dr. Sleepy, you fucking legend. Good to be back. Welcome back, brother. Thank you kindly for the subscription.
in the pocket of Silicon Valley.
Imagine a reality where aliens are polluting our atmosphere to point where it is destroying our world. There was recently a Terminator anime, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, I watched it. It was very good. It kind of touches on how rogue AI is actually something that's in the market, used by everyone, and can be used to end the world, of course. And there is a very peculiar thing about our species, thinking that if we do create now, moving away from the topic of the market, that if we do create any sort of consciousness, it will de facto be as malleable and as corruptible as we are. There is an equal chance that if we do create something that is close to sapiens, that it might be better than us, that it might be an improvement on us, and not simply a hyper-driven replication of all of that which we are most afraid of in ourselves as a species. So, don't think that it immediately wants to fucking kill all of you. As long as we don't completely model it off of ourselves. Thank you very much, Gabriel. All AI has to do is supply sex bots, burgers, and Coke on tap, and everyone will follow. Absolutely, brother.
In Georgia, a fire at the Biolab chemical plant in Conyers.
If a system is different, the AI is going to be different. A socialized economy ran by a self-replicating artificial intelligence system, even in a particular case, could be a very, very smart direction to go into, because it would be replicating the core values of the system in which it finds itself in, just as it is right now, in the name of the market, in the name of that kind of tech that has gotten out of hand. It is simply replicating what this system holds most dear, and that is eternal growth in the name of profitability. If it is replicating another ideal, another end goal, it will be doing something else. Very simple shit.
Sent massive plumes of thick smoke into the air.
Centrally planned commie AI would be amazing. That's to an extent what the image of a post-scarcity world, meaning where, you get access to pretty much everything, so you don't really give a shit about it, and it's less competition and more cooperation amongst our species, influenced by the very fact that there is no more scarcity. That is what it would most likely require, okay? The management of the economy would be given to something that is far faster and far better than the human mind, but then most likely the management of that very system will be given to a human mind in order to ensure that it doesn't go overboard.
Day, prompting the evacuation of some 17,000 residents and shelter-in-place orders for others. It's BioLab's third fire in 7 years. Conyers has a majority black population. And in the UK, climate activists from Just Stop Oil threw cans of tomato soup at two...
Have you ever read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? I played the game that's inspired by. Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Vincent van Gogh paintings, including sunflowers, at London's National Gallery on Friday. The action came just hours after a London judge sentenced 2 other activists to prison for throwing soup at the same painting and gluing themselves to the walls of the National Gallery 2 years ago. The judge said his harsh sentences of up to 2 years in prison for Phoebe Plummer and Anna Holland, both in their early 20s, was meant to deter protesters from such acts of civil disobedience. It's the latest...
Somebody made a joke on Twitter, like, these guys get sentences. Genocidal warlord maniacs get billions of dollars from the U.S. State Department.
In a string of criminal prosecutions against activists in the UK. Ahead of Friday's sentence, over 100 artists and art workers signed an open letter asking for leniency for Plummer and Holland. Protesters also rallied outside the London court to show support for the 2 activists who've been described as political prisoners.
Recently in this country, peaceful, non-violent people who protested weren't locked up. That was really rare. And in the last few years, and particularly in the last sort of 2 months, basically, almost 50 people have been locked up for daring to non-violently, resist the oil industry, resist the genocide in Gaza. And that's just not acceptable in a democracy.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Thank you very much, Depression Now, depressionnow.com. Okay. The creep towards fash. Yeah, I mean, that's Depression Now, isn't it? Now we move into the Theory Hour. Ta-dum-dum-ta-dum-dum. Theory, ta-dum-dum-ta-dum-dum. Theory, ta-dum-dum-ta-dum-dum. Theory, time for me to be a nerd and bore you to death. Bore you to death. Thank you very much, Hakeem. Everybody here, go and give a nice, thick like to this video, because I know you're already subscribed, okay? Nice, thick like to my boy Hakeem, my brother from another more melanin-infused mother. Indeed. Now, thank you very much, Hakeem, for what you created. And let's start the Theory Hour with yours truly, Yugopnik. Liberalism is a death cult. It truly is. But compared to a cult in which you have to be a member to do the little suicide in the end, this one doesn't ask you if you want to or not, for it envelops the whole world, and those who resist to be enveloped by it eventually shall, at the threat of the barrel of the gun. In the same way, advertising here on Twitch threatens our very existence by stopping this incredible work that Twitch streamers all over the world do, by interrupting their great streams of consciousness, like the one that is going to play in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So instead of interrupting this great stream of consciousness, do consider becoming a subscriber, supporting the show, and not being brainwashed by good old advertising. Thank you, baby. Thank you very much.
وإذا قيل لهم لا تفسدوا في الأرض قالوا إنما نحن مصلحون.
Liberalism is supposed to stand for equality, human rights, democracy. Adopted by European colonial empires and their offshoots, self-styled defenders of all those lofty ideals seemingly stand by as a force besieges and murders innocent people.
We have now decided that as part of the process, all applicants for naturalisation must make a written declaration recognising Germany's special responsibility for the state of Israel and recognising the state of Israel's right to exist.
Why are they just standing?
That's so whack. That's so fucking crazy, man. Fucking Germany. Fucking hell, dude. Ah, fucking Germany, man.
By watching it all? Why do they actively support
the censorship? Is crazy, yeah. So that it's still monetized, I guess, or that it at least doesn't get 18+. It's smart. It's smart, and the shh is not annoying like a ping ping. So, you know. Hakim's editors knows what it's doing.
The belligerent force and supposedly refuse to follow their own stated ideals that they impose on the rest of the world by the loan or the gun. Simple. Because liberalism
by the loan or by the gun, that was a bar. That was a bar. That was a bar.
Is a death cult. Liberalism for all
individuals who post from the river to the sea are going to be denied German citizenship. Well, there goes my fucking dream of becoming a kraut, eh? I'm kidding. I would rather hang myself by my foot from the local state bridge as I cover myself in bird seeds and wait for them to peck me to death, okay?
grand ideals has a history of opportunistic alliances, betrayed treaties, unspeakable violence, and never-ending jingoistic expansionism in ever-increasing creativity and barbarity. What we're seeing today is the continuation of this legacy, where the promises of freedom and justice are sacrificed to prejudice formed from internalized race science, all for ever-dwindling profit margins. Back to the video in just a minute. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Yugopnik.
That is such a Hakim moment. That is such a Hakim moment. I love this guy so much. That is such a Hakim moment. Incredibly deep, complex topic that I will now cover in the next hour. Right after we talk about this VPN.
Let me take your attention to two articles. Just last month, a massive data breach involving the National Public Data Company exposed sensitive personal information.
Ethical reacts. I'll leave this on.
To millions of people, including their social security numbers. This breach is considered one of the largest ever, affecting millions of individuals. The National Public Data Company is a data aggregator that collects information from various sources without your knowledge or consent, which allows for massive breaches like this to happen in the first place. Having your information online can expose you to various dangers, such as scams, identity theft,
Voda. What are you drinking? Voda. Pijem vodu, brate. Vodišem se, brate. Vodiramo se, brate. Vodiramo se. We are vodkamo se, brate.
Online harassment and stalking. Data breaches like those just mentioned can leak plenty. Your name, social security number, login credentials, home address, location history, and online activity into online databases.
Vodira, brate. The Balkans will know the reference. Kako sam se vodiro, brate.
Anybody determined enough can access.
Znate za ono, vidi kako sam sladak. Pa ja sam najslađi. Znači, sad ću ovaj stream da odradim super zato što sam najslađi. There's some random guy on TikTok, I believe in Serbia, or was it Bosnia? I'm not sure. Maybe even Croatia. I don't remember. That just talks, and he's like a middle-aged man, completely bald, and he's always like, "Look how cute I am. I'm the cutest." And now, because it became so popular, he would do coverage of whatever, but he would continuously interrupt it to say, "Look how cute I am." If anybody has a link, please send me a TikTok link, please.
Your personal details through people's search sites. Many data brokers sell this bulk data to companies, which may use it to target vulnerable.
I have normal-sized glasses. No, I'm perpetually stuck in the medieval era, and I only drink from jugs. Okay? Jugs. Jugs of vodka, jugs of water, jugs of drugs. Only jugs, baby.
And disadvantaged groups. Now that you're aware of the issue, let's talk about the solution, Yugopnik.
But seriously, Balkanoid, send me a link. I want to show the All my jugs are big in my life, if you know what I mean. Send me a link. I want to show the Westoids.
Incogni contacts data brokers on your behalf, requests the removal of your personal data, and handles any objections they might have. Through an automated process, Incogni ensures your data stays off the market by making repeated removal requests.
What is the difference between water and vodka? One makes you fun, the other one makes you alive. I prefer the one that makes you fun.
That's why Incogni's annual subscription is so valuable. It continuously protects your data privacy for as long as you're subscribed. For my viewers, you can get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan using the link below with my code HAKIM. How do you get started? First, create an account, grant Incogni the right to work for you by contacting data brokers on your behalf, and kick back as Incogni requests your personal data removal, handles any objections from data brokers, and keeps you updated on their progress every step of the way. So what are you waiting for? Click my link in the description, use the code HAKIM, and get your 60% off an annual Incogni plan and start protecting your data today. Thanks to Incogni for the sponsorship. This allows me to pay my editor fairly, which is much appreciated. Alright, back to the video.
I guess if you're looking for a VPN, this is the way. Go get some of that referral money over to Comrade Hakim, eh?
It's old news by now. I hope, at least. That freedom-loving Western liberal governments, particularly the United States, have been staunch supporters of the ethno-state since its inception. The diplomatic cover it enjoys by the grace of those Western allies in international forums is unprecedented and oddly unwavering. For example, in the 34 years between 1972 and 2006, the United States vetoed 42 UN Security Council resolutions critical of it. That's more vetoes than the rest of the Security Council in the same period combined. Those vetoed resolutions were supposed to barely address such unserious issues like the in Gaza, or the violent illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank. This Western barrier has nullified even those minor international efforts, if you could even call them that, to hold to something approaching responsible. Surprising absolutely nobody with two firing neurons, this allows to pursue its frantic campaign without fear of
Dude, I kind of fuck with the censorship of the word shh. Oh my god, I can't even say it myself. I'm in the state of shh. No, I fuck with it because it gives it like a dark tone, you know, which there is one. Because you will literally have your life ruined if you create something that is very popular, which is taking a shit on them. You know, it works. It gives a video a very, very, very like unnerving tone.
Percussion. This diplomatic protection comes packaged with a sweet military aid deal that is unparalleled in scale and scope. Receiving an estimated $310 billion adjusted for inflation since 1948, Israel has been the largest cumulative recipient of US foreign aid in terms of total assistance. This aid has made the military wing of that occupation force into one of the most technologically advanced organizations in the world.
Isn't real needs to be classified as an SCP. Why do I know that reference and why is it funny? No, people will be like, even for SCPs, that's too unrealistic, man. That's too unrealistic. Something that has existed for 60 years and is like specifically supported by the world's biggest economy to ever exist, so that it does apartheid and mass murder of domestic populations and the native populations of the region. What the fuck? That's a super unrealistic SCP, dude.
World. The US commitment to funding the government is codified.
Microwaves that become alive and eat people, that I can fuck with that kind of SCP. Israel existing, that is where I draw my line.
In the 2014 Memorandum of Understanding signed by President Obama, that guarantees $3.8 billion in military aid annually through 2028. This package includes $500 million earmarked for jointly developed missile defense systems, such as the Iron Dome and David Sling. However, it serves another even more sinister purpose.
We must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
This aid includes advanced jets like the F-35 Lightning stealth fighter, used to bomb people living on desolate beaches in tents without food or water, let alone effective defensive weapons or advanced aircraft detection equipment.
Okay, I had my beautiful chatter McFatbutt, which deserves a VIP at this point. You help me out one more time and you get a VIP. Sorry, it's a complete change of pace for what Hakim is talking about, but this is who I was talking about, okay? The cutest middle-aged man. I don't know why I find this video absolutely incredible, okay? He literally says, look how cute I am, look how cute I am, and then he does a thing, okay? Least cute Balkan man and yet incredibly cute, okay?
Ovo ljudi nema nigde. Ja sam najslađi čovjek
I'm the
na
cutest
svijetu.
man in the world.
Slađi sam od meda.
I'm more cute, where I'm sweeter than honey.
Samo ovaj nos mi je mala.
Just this nose is fucking with me. But
Koja
wait.
usta, brajko, koja usta. Blago ne koja se budu
But no,
udala za
come on,
mene.
do the thing. This. So cute. Look, he does a little thing with his mouth. This man will single-handedly bring back the... What was it even called back in the day? The thing where you... Duckface. Yeah, he will bring back Duckface. This man will bring back Duckface by himself. It's
wonderful. A new child
absolute
soldier.
art.
I mean, subscriber.
Oh my God, he posts so fucking much, man. Holy shit. God bless this man. We're not making fun of him. Don't make fun of him. Go give him a follow, actually. Thank you very much. Champion Soap Eater. We love some soap eaters in chat. Okay. Duckface and mewing. Let's go. He's removing mewing. Okay. Mewing is so fucking Gen Z. Okay. Duckface is the true Gen Alpha shit. Okay. They're bringing back what the old millennials did. It's a full circle, okay? Cuting. We're going to call it cuting. Exactly, you figgy. We're calling it cuting, okay? Mewing is over. Cuting is back. No, not duckface. CFH, you're close, but not duckface. It's going to be called cuting, okay? You just look at the camera and you puff your lips just a tiny little bit. You're like, sorry, I'm too busy. I'm cuting. Yeah, I understand your point, but I'm cuting. What do you mean, get a job? I can't get a job. I'm too busy cuting. And I can't do it because of the mask, but cuting.
Ensuring maintains a so-called qualitative military edge, meaning possessing overwhelming firepower, up to and including nuclear weapons as a means of deterrence. This isn't just a US policy, it's
I'm unable to job because cuting.
The law. I'm not joking, this isn't a bit. The law requires the United States to ensure it can defeat any credible conventional military threat. So, in practice, this policy isn't defensive. It merely enables it to project power across the region, intimidate and protect a population of over 600,000 illegal settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem.
I will veto any attempt by the UN to impose its will on the Jewish state. It will.
Look, I've always liked this clip because Trump always talks like he is something up his ass and there's like 5 bees chasing him to make a point. And for the first time when he was 100% eloquent, like in a very non-Trumpian way, 100% eloquent, you would think this guy graduated from college, okay? Incredibly eloquent is when he's talking about the state of Israel. And every time he is talking about how he will unequivocally support it, he becomes an unironic fucking political science professor at an Ivy League university. And then he goes back to his shit, okay? He needs to thank the donor daddies. Yes! Donor me some daddy money!
Be vetoed 100%.
Lobbying is also a major part of the diplomatic side of the equation, and no organization wields more power on that front than the American Public Affairs Committee and other similar organizations. They collectively ensure that any attempt to change behavior and or policy with anything even resembling punishment or accountability is met with fierce opposition. A rigged political system serving a foreign government. It's well documented, almost to the point of nausea, that US policymakers endlessly debate how to influence it without using any of the overwhelming power that
A smile chat, I'm going to post you on Instagram.
They have over them, including placing conditions on aid, a standard and very mild punishment in diplomacy deemed unthinkable when it comes to it, largely due to the risk of being or worse, anti-Semitic. A label that has been weaponized to stifle legitimate criticism of that state. It is in fact anti-Semitic to link to Judaism, but that's a conversation for another time.
It's insanely anti-Semitic to do so.
This has been the status quo for decades and has had a major role in leading us to where we are today. The very tools that could be used to pressure it to changing its policies, such as conditioning military aid, sanctions, or military intervention, are employed to reinforce its place in the world, rather than aid the actually oppressed. For instance, the ongoing issue of illegal settlement expansion is only possible because US aid basically supplies the infrastructure and security apparatus that makes these settlements and the occupation as a whole possible. The discourse around the and Palestine is carefully crafted, mostly by liberal think tanks and liberal media darlings, to make Americans identify with Israeli citizens, which, given America's own colonial history, is easy to do.
Extremely easy to do. And that is, and that works not only consciously but very, very subconsciously. Because if you are a red-blooded American patriot who knows at least a little bit of history, which is super ironic, because if you know a little bit about history, that should de facto make it impossible for you to be a red-blooded American patriot. But whatever floats your fucking, whatever floats your boat, dude. But for those that do kind of exist, it is in their attempt to not see themselves as hypocrites. They have to do away with the criticism of Israel's colonial past and present, because if they would criticize Israel for what it has done to the domestic population that has been there for eons, it would have to criticize the very rocks on which the United States as a country has been founded on. So neither can a U.S. politician nor a non-hypocritical, strong, red-blooded American patriot criticize Israel for, basically colonizing a whole swath of land because their state pretty much gave us the, gave us the benchmark on how it's done.
The language of shared values and strategic alliances are euphemisms to mask the underlying reality, ironically truthful in how shared the
Trump out here defending illegal Israeli immigrants. You hate to see it. Fucking hate immigrants, except when it's fucking colonialists. I love colonialists.
Values really are for both nations of racism and slaughter on the ground. This support has also meant that Israel's behavior hasn't affected its economy until very recently. While it begins to suffer limited consequences due to their ongoing genocide of Palestinians, that state stands as the 14th richest so-called country per capita. Based just on this, without looking at anything else, Americans should be outraged that US aid to the occupation remains so substantial and unconditioned while they themselves suffer without healthcare and shelter. This level of support is slowly...
That, for example, has really worked well when it comes to the pitch towards the American populace, because they don't want anybody, quote-unquote, fucking them over. So the pitch that Israel is basically a welfare state whose welfare giver is the United States government and the welfare recipient is the entirety of the Israeli state. It's hilarious to me that was the stronger argument than Israel is killing children, kids, babies, okay? That was like, I sleep. Is Israel killing babies? I sleep. Israel is a welfare state that your tax money is paying for. I wake, I destroy, I annihilate. But hey, if it works, it works. I'm not criticizing it. If it works, it works. You gotta know your audience.
Becoming difficult to justify. But it isn't at the
level. Dead babies, I sleep. Somebody take my tax money. I wake, I destroy, I annihilate, I vote harder, okay? Same, like, Yugopnik asks you to subscribe because it would support the channel. I sleep. Yugopnik asks you to subscribe because that's the way you will avoid ads at all times, such as the one playing in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You wake. You click that button. Good. Ad plays in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Level yet to make any real difference. Conveniently...
There we go. They wake. They wake immediately. Thank you. Thank you for the extra gift sub by Twitch, and thank you for the 5 gift subs by ZFIH. Anybody that gifts 5 gift subs gets a 6th one for free. Thank you very, very much, ZFIH. You fucking legend, man. I love your oil, baby. Squirt it all over my face.
Overlooked in all this is the fact that the Israeli occupation's actions are fundamentally at odds with the stated values of democracy and human rights that, on paper, these liberal governments claim to uphold. Meanwhile, their vassal state commits and we're not supposed to blink an eye. The humanitarian impact of these policies has been devastating. Current reports have only been able to account for a fraction of the likely total death toll. The Lancet recently pointed out that it could be, conservatively, over 186,000 people. They only show the 40,000 number because that's the number of Palestinians that have been identified, an insultingly low figure. These aren't and should never be just numbers. They represent tens of thousands of lives lost, families shattered. The US and other liberal governments are accomplices in this violence, and if the ICC had any teeth or real integrity, there would have been a lot more arrest warrants issued. How did we get here? How did the freedom and democracy ideology find itself supporting a ethno-state in the 21st century?
Yeah, it's a bit depressing. That seems more effective, but hey, like you said, know your audience. I mean, there's different triggers for different people, and for the average American, it's always something that directly harms them as an individual. So if you pitch to them that, hey, all the thousands of dollars that you're given for tax money, it's going over for Israelis and not for your own roads, that's what's going to trigger them. Same as I'm getting triggered, but in a very, very good way by Yana motherfucking Giboshi, baby! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I love your oil as well, motherfucker. Thank you very much. The wars of oilers have began, and my boy ZVIH, my friend ZVH threw a grenade right at Yanagibashi's face, but Yanagibashi kicked it right back with a left fucking hook, and now Yanagibashi does not know what to do with it. Will it explode in their face or not? Let's see. Thank you, Yanagibashi, very much.
To answer that, we'll go back to the 18th century, and back in the glow of the so-called Enlightenment.
And thank you, Twitch, for the extra sub.
It's around this time that liberalism, once a fringe idea, begins to gain traction. As a result, this period is often romanticized by liberals as the dawn of reason, when values such as individual liberty, rule of law, and of course the right to private property became the cornerstones of what we call liberalism. It's this ideology which has shaped most...
And it's always very funny that liberals very adequately criticize, for example, the original and kind of... let's call it the basic ideas of democracy that have been spawned in ancient Greece. They will always say, democracy started in ancient Greece, blah, 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 at least in the Western world, but it was not as good because it only applied to land-owning men. Everybody else, including women, slaves, and workers, were not included in the process of managing ancient Greece or ancient Greek cities as such. But then they will proceed to still support liberalism while completely ignoring the fact that while it guarantees the so-called liberal rights of this and that specific group inside of the imperial core, the only way it can feed itself and allow itself to stay as stable as it sometimes does and sometimes doesn't by feeding on the resources and lives of those in the imperial periphery. So if you're a true person with a bit of a more global perspective, this is just a simple repeat of ancient Greek definitions of democracy. Just there we're talking about Athens, or we're talking about a different Greek city-state, and we're hyper-focusing on that. But if you look at liberalism as a world system, nothing has changed. Yes, you have liberal, quote-unquote, democratic state rights inside of the imperial core, aka, the landowners of back in ancient Greece. And then you have everybody else who has to feed that beautiful, free, and equal society over again in the so-called imperial core. It's the absolutely same thing, just extrapolated on the planet. So if you want to criticize, as you rightfully should, the absolutely fucked idea and the hypocritical, let's call it, idea that ancient Greece could call itself a so-called democracy, you have to criticize that of the imperial core as well, because it's the same methodologies just applied on a global stage. Speaking of fucking methodologies, Demogra enters the battle of the motherfucking Oilers. As Yanagibashi is looking at that grenade that is flowing right in front of it, Demogra is dropping down from a T-77 helicopter pilot future thing for Demogra works for aliens, apparently. As it's coming down, to the post-apocalyptic New York setting in which this specific battle is being fought. It opens up its laser missile and starts tearing down the forgotten old buildings of a world we will never know, trying to find its two enemies, Yanagibashi and Ziphi-IH. But they do not know that Pluto is still a planet, has plutonic patriots waiting, for they shall take revenge on the alien species that has just invaded for having influenced the humans to no longer consider Pluto a planet, as they come out from the ground where they founded their new society after having been ousted out of Pluto. The true super soldier Pluto is still a planet, finds his alien enemy and sneaks up behind him with a machete. How this will continue depends on how much oilers continue to oil. Thank you also to Twitch for the extra subs.
Western so-called democracy.
For those of you who are new here, whenever there's a lot of oiling going on, I turn it basically into a battle where they're fighting each other. That's it.
As we know them today. But the same people who championed these ideals also laid the groundwork for colonialism, chattel slavery, and systemic racism.
A referral to the Program podcast. Not a bad podcast, if I might say so myself.
While it is true the Enlightenment is an 18th century phenomenon, our story really kicks off around 300 years earlier, in 1492. The so-called discovery of America by the Spanish is hailed as an achievement worthy of awe. How you can discover a place already inhabited is left unexplained. But this marks the beginning of
Small story, history class. I'm like 3rd or 4th grade. The teacher is then teaching us about colonization and shit, and says Columbus discovered North America. An unironic girl like just literally said, "But weren't there people living there before?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "But then how did they discover it?" And the professor like unironically goes on a rant that fucking still sticks in my fucking head. The professor goes on an unironic rant and says, yeah, well, as you'll see, our book is pretty much based on a completely Western view of what happened here or there. Our history books used to not be like this, but now they are literal translations from, I believe he said, the German books. And back then I was like, what the fuck is this motherfucker talking about? Germany based, Germany good. Well, what the fuck? That means we're learning like the true white Europeans, but now I can understand the concept. Just like Iko waves understood the motherfucking concept and said, I do not care of the warfare between the petty alien from Pluto or the one living domestically on our planet, or the little fights between Yanagibashi and Ziphi-IH. No, and Ziphi-IH. No. I am here because I believe in complete and utter destruction. Not only do all my enemies need to die, but because of 10 gift subs, I summon eternal napalm bombardment of the whole region. Swiftly, the Pluto man goes back into the ground and starts swimming through underground lava canals. The alien starts up the alien rolls 20, starts up a force field around him thanks to the incredibly advanced technology that he has. And Yanagibashi now having to juggle the grenade that is slowly exploding in their face, and the napalm bombardment completely catches on fire. Half of Yanagibashi's face is now completely removed by the napalm fire, and both of his legs are completely taken out by Ziphi-IH's grenade. Unfortunately, Ziphi-IH, while celebrating this great success of having destroyed, or at least almost destroyed, their great enemy, which is pretty much Yanagibashi, as Ziphi-IH, Yanagibashi are making you eternal enemies now. In that moment of absolute cockiness, gets lit on fire as well. But because Ziphi-IH starts rolling very quickly on the ground and gets some of it off, but the damage is already starting to stick. All of Ziphi-IH's weapons are now gone because they have melted, and they know that they will most likely die in the next attack. Thank you, Kuwait, for the 100 bits.
Centric institutionalism. This ideology, which predates liberalism, says that all races and peoples are capable of developing, but only when they have acquired rational institutions through a Western civilizing mission. The final form of this idea, codified in the 19th century, says science proves that Europeans are the superior race. culture, and
now EcoWave's proving her superior position on this playing field, and as the eternal greatest oiler of this Twitch stream, sees that their enemies have almost died. The Plutonic. She activates, what do you call it? She activates her rays, I guess. She activates her rays and sees where the Pluto soldier is slowly swimming under the ground, shoves her massive hand through the floor and picks him up. What? You still think Pluto is a planet? Pathetic. Karate chop. Head off. The greatest soldier of Pluto is no more. Or is he? We do not know if Plutonians die by decapitation. Now now EcoWave's full attention is on the alien Denogra. Sorry, Denogra, that made you an alien. Just that name is very cool and it sounds like an alien, so you're an alien.
society. Well, isn't that just lucky? Therefore, the subjugation of other cultures and populations in order to civilize them is good, actually. With this superiority complex, global societies outside of Europe were, and still are, cast as backward, unable to progress without the West.
Thank you very much, by the way, Eco, and thank you, Twitch.
And its big white man-powered brain. But wait, racism?
I'm an alien, an illegal alien, exactly.
Where did the concept of race come from? In short, also liberalism. Before the age of colonization, Enlightenment, the modern idea of race didn't exist. Race, an arbitrary hierarchy based on supposed biological differences, was perfect.
One of my favorite videos by Hakim, by the way. It's really good, and it's a really decent thing to send over to acquaintances, etc., etc. Maybe not in the U.S. because nobody there admits that they're racist, but here in the rest of the world, you have people that will not outright to be hateful towards other groups, but there is some sort of weird, at least in Slavic countries, I can talk about that idea that while nobody is superior, they are different, quote unquote. It's very strange and very fucking stupid. This is a very good video to Hakim's old video to kind of send to them and show them, yo, no, dude, it's a fucking social construct. You're being a fucking imbecile, okay?
Is built to justify the brutal, inhumane treatment of non-European peoples in a variety of degrading ways. What may have begun as a way to explain the phenotypic differences between people evolved into a tool for maintaining oppressive racial and colonial violence. Today, this racial classification is part of the foundation for the general exploitation of the Global South that persists to this day.
All of you know this in chat, but it's easier to sleep at night when you don't think you're exploiting a fellow human being, but something that is quote unquote 3/4 of a human being. She said, I want to vomit even saying that shit. Fuck me.
Enter John Locke, the father of liberalism. Locke is famous for his supposedly unique and original advocacy for life, liberty, and property. But while Locke railed against political slavery imposed by absolute monarchies, he had no qualms about the literal enslavement of African peoples.
Yeah, just a continuous repeat of the Greek model that I talked about previously. It's doing ideological spins on how do we get the most amount of privilege allowable in the core, so that the core does not revolt against us, while also convincing the aristocrats and the labor force of the core to support us in harming others, because you need bodies. This is slowly changing because the hyper-capitalists are realizing you don't really even necessarily need bodies anymore if you simply allow for the market in which you are a dominant power to expand its reach to the developing world, which you will then expropriate both resources and money through selling, of course, and labor through hyper-exploitation back to the corporate entity. Because what the corporate entity has done, which has allowed liberalism to kind of evolve, not develop, degrade, but let's use the word when it comes to the core idea to evolve, is that it understood that it no longer necessarily even needs to inspire the domestic aristocratic and labor classes into supporting it, because it has become a non-state actor, and it is going to continue becoming as independent as possible from a state, so that it can pretty much engage in this hyper exploitative pursuit without even having to pretend it is giving some sort of liberties to the core. That is the organic next step in evolution of liberalism, which is the death of liberalism, just as the organic direction that the market is going into, the death of the market through monopolization. Yeah. Even though the market wouldn't die, it would just play with less characters. It would play with, just like in my great battles of Oilers, it will just simply have to interact with less of them.
Locke was directly involved in the transatlantic...
While growing, obviously. Well, if it wasn't for the Spanish slave trade, I wouldn't have known what chicharon is, so balances out yet. I don't know what chicharon is, but God bless.
Atlantic slave trade, holding investments in the Royal African Company. No points for guessing what they did. Unsurprisingly, Locke's views on indigenous peoples were no less horrifying. He saw them as obstacles to progress, due in part to not understanding complex concepts like...
Racists in the future is defining other races. There's 69/420 of a person because it sounded funny. That's funny, but that's that is what race theory is. Like insane mambo jumbo. There is no basis in reality at all. Just if you repeat it enough times, and they did, under specific material circumstances, it will become a very real thing. Because what is real? Something that is believed by the majority.
Property or the value of labor. Things indigenous people everywhere had, but valued it differently. It's Locke who gives future genocidal maniacs one of the most powerful racist ideas of all time. Lands inhabited by indigenous peoples are vacant, waiting to be claimed by those who can improve it through labor.
Exactly.
Since this time, Locke's definition of vacant or uncultivated land has been and is still used as justification for the displacement and extermination of indigenous populations all over the world. And as convenient as it would be to blame one person for this, Locke wasn't alone in these views. His ideas were echoed by other prominent thinkers of the time, such as Hugo Grotius and John Stuart Mill. Grotius, considered the father of international law, provided a framework that justified...
By the way, John Stuart Mill and John Locke, if you study political science, in the first year and a half, they introduced them to you with zero criticism. Like zero criticism. And they are readdressed if you get decent professors all the way in the fourth year, because, and I talked to professors back in uni, because, quote, the students don't have enough of a large kind of a library of knowledge so that they can be addressed. So the idea is, we start with the lower thinkers and then we go up. The problem with lower thinkers, the simpler thinkers, or the thinkers that came earlier in time, even though it's always super West obsessed. We never talk about Asian, African, or Native American thinkers, God forbid. The problem with this, though, is that a lot of political science students already internalize the ideas, especially of liberalism, especially of John Locke and the whole crew, because that's the first interactions with ideology they had when they were just starting out. So it's very difficult to convince them not to have such a simplistic worldview and when they're older, because they already embrace it. And that's my theory on why a lot of people that go and study political science, it's not the professors or the curriculum that's necessarily that bad, but it's the way that these schools of thought are introduced that lead people to kind of stick with, quote unquote, what they already know. That's why we have a lot of guys who study political science that end up just being very basic in their ideological understanding of the world, even though they have dedicated 4 to 12 years of their life to better understanding ideology and political thought. It's kind of ironic. Were you a poli-sci major? Yes. Wouldn't it all be coming through a liberal or capitalist lens too? Very often, but sometimes you have very decent professors that don't do that. They don't even have to be necessarily progressive or even Marxist professors, etc., etc. If you're a real professor of political science, your main job is to introduce as many ideas as possible and then critique them as vigorously as possible and allow your student body to come to their quote-unquote own conclusions. But because there are so many schools of thought, you got to introduce it to them one by one, and unfortunately the ones you introduce to them in the beginning end up being the ones they hold for a very long time.
Both slavery and the genocidal practices being carried out in the Americas, but in legal terms. Mill argued that despotism was a legitimate form of government when dealing with...
Speaking of despotism, the despotic Twitch platform always wants to make money off of you chatters and off of me by playing ads. Instead, take your life into your own hands. Don't think about how that exploits others in the long term, etc., etc. It is actually based and very good because you yourself become more privileged. Don't think about the chatters that do not become privileged and have to watch ads, and become a subscriber of YugopnikTwitch in this incredibly liberal pitch on why you should do it. And thank you very much, Gabriel Hellborn, for embracing this liberal elitism of chat subscribers versus chat not subscription havers. Thank you very much, Gabriel, which summons you into the great battle. The great battle in which EcoWaves thought that she won. Pluto lays dead on the ground. And now the alien rushes towards EcoWaves, but EcoWaves, in their attempt to karate chop their head off as well, is all of a sudden interrupted. For Gabriel, the true defender of humanity, the true believer in the God Emperor, has now been sent back to the abandoned Terra to prove whose species superiority shall forever reign true. But in this post-apocalyptic future, they have become so racist that they also think that gender is as important as race. And Gabriel hates EcoWave specifically and only because she is a woman. For the women emperor and the men emperor have now become two galactic opponents in this eternal fight. And as he attacks EcoWave screaming misogynist profanities, EcoWaves does not manage to fully kill the alien and is pushed back through hundreds of different post-apocalyptic destroyed buildings in post-apocalyptic New York as she slowly pulls her leg back and stops and stands in a very badass karate position, staring down her new enemy. Who will win, the man or the woman? Yes, we are doing gender wars as the non-binaries look from afar and say, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Thank you very much, Maple Takes, and thank you very much, GTW, who are in those exact, for the subs, who are in those exact spaceships that are just looking at this and being like, what? Why? What is this? What the fuck?
With barbarians, but only if the overall goal is so-called progress or...
Gabriel, not sorry, Eco would dom my ass, I can't compete. Yeah, probably.
Improvement. For Mill, liberty was only applicable to those who were mature enough to handle it and thus have a right to self-governance. You know, mature people, like Europeans, who imploded the world twice over during the past century. The language these men used to talk about non-European peoples during the time, terms like savages and barbarians were common, had deadly staying power. After all, they weren't just insults, they were part of a larger effort to frame non-European societies as inherently inferior, possibly even not human, so that they could claim they needed the all-knowing guiding hand of the West to achieve progress and, eventually, if they're good, civilization. This patronizing and infantilizing racist narrative didn't only justify colonialism for them, it made it a moral imperative.
Exactly.
The Western world,
what I previously said, exactly,
didn't just conquer, it convinced itself that it had the duty to do so. Okay, so we see that this ideology has a foundation of embarrassing nonsense. So why was this narrative so convincing to so many? Was it just about economic gain? getting filthy rich was absolutely a motivating.
Thank you very much, Mambuba, for joining the non-gender war onlookers from the side. Thank you very much for the subscription. And a hype train has began. A hype train is saying true, and it's saying cha-ching.
Factor. But one of the foundational beliefs of these racists was and is a deep-seated belief in the superiority of the West. But because they cloaked their insane bigotry in the language of liberalism, it was made to seem normal and good.
Exactly.
Say what you will about the fickleness of modern liberals, the original thinkers and earliest adopters were true believers that thought they were burdened by the task of bringing rational institutions to uncivilized peoples. It is disturbing to learn just how deeply embedded and foundational racism is to liberalism. Without this foundational racism, how could anybody justify the horrors of colonialism? Western Europeans, so completely insecure about their place in the world that they had to dream up hierarchies with them on top, had to dehumanize those they were colonizing and did so with alarming efficiency. This toxic ideology paired with advancements in weaponry, such as firearms, allowed European powers to spread like a plague.
Thank you, Dr. Sleepy Fist, and thank you, Twitch. Thank you very much, Dr. Sleepy Fist, for your 110th gift sub. Let's go, true, motherfucking true, Dr. Sleepy Fist. Sent by the true asexual gods to stop this bloodthirsty war of the genders on the planet. Slowly comes down from his own spaceship, making the sound of oh! It stands between Gabriel and Ecoways and said, no, you must not fight. You must embrace each other like the ancients have many a years ago. This cannot go on. Same way as we disregarded all other forms of discrimination, we must stop this newly forming one. We must stop the gender wars before they have began. Ecowaves and Gabriel proceed to beat the living shit out of Dr. Sleepy Fist. Like the living shit. Because who the fuck is this motherfucking lib? Okay, what's this woke fucking shit? Gender wars, let's fucking go.
Not because of any inherent superiority, but because of economically derived jumps in productive capacity that increase productivity and military efficiency.
Thank you, Liz Kiss, for joining the view from the side. Thank you very much for the 9 months, baby. Thank you very much.
Materialism 101. History is long, and the same thing happened essentially by...
So, my fair Slav, will you cover the VP debate tomorrow? Yes, if it's during when I stream, I will do so with pleasure, as I pretend to care. But yeah, I would. Thank you.
Chance and social change in ancient Iraq, in the Far East, amongst the magnificent powers of the Andes, and eventually in Western Europe. Only Europe, however, developed an international
If I'm a trans man, am I a traitor in the gender war? Much to think about. No, it's a progressive gender war, okay? If you're a trans man, you're a man. You fight on the side of the man, okay?
Institutionalized system of colonial violence via the steam engine and pig iron.
Progressive gender war, okay?
Back on track in 2 centuries prior, though, sadly this colonial violence and exposure to diseases from which indigenous people had no immunity allowed European nations to, more easily than ever before.
Thank you very much, Danny, for joining the onlookers from the side and not interacting with this disgusting war. Level 5 hype train, let's go fucking true, motherfucker, true.
4. Gain control over vast...
It's very weird me saying this over like images of imperialism, slavery, and mass destruction, but hey, it's part of the job. You get to learn something from me and Hakeem, and you get to have Euler wars, okay?
Resources and accumulate previously unimaginable amounts of wealth. The reliance on slave labor to provide a decisive advantage in the global economy all but guaranteed extremely high profit.
Yeah, and it's very often incredibly confused because Western European academics tend to think that simply the introduction of so-called liberal democracy is what allowed for such a quick industrialization and development of local social structures because, hey, we just changed the fucking ideology. But they completely forget that as they were changing the ideology, they will also putting imperialism in fucking hyperdrive. It is that very exploitative nature of ripping out resources and in the case of, back in those days, quite literally taking free labor, also known as slaves, and delivering the economic prospects of that back to Western Europe that allowed it to grow and quote unquote develop so much faster than anywhere else. But they confuse apples and oranges, and they're like, no, we developed because we embraced liberalism and we were so much more based and so much more civilized. That is why things became better. Completely ignoring the question the big elephant in the room on where the fuck is all that fucking money coming from, okay? Oh, is the money coming from because we're all singing Kumbaya and loving each other? Unironic Western political academics will be like, yeah, we were just like voting good and the aristocrats bad. So everything became better. No. No. Thank you very much, Mernawi. Welcome to the community, dear friend. Gotta look at these times and think like the fascists were at the very least out in the open. These days, you gotta peel layers upon layers of skin and debate a million talking points to get it. Exactly. That's the crux. That's the crux of liberalism. That is absolutely the crux of showing you an image of a civilized, developed way of life without showing you who's paying for it. That's made as incredibly simple, incredibly painfully simple as possible. That's what it is. Rights for me, but not for thee.
Rights. The discovery of precious metals in the Americas, the explosion of cash crops, and the conquest of Asian and African territories were all part of this process. A process that Marx famously described as the rosy dawn of capitalist production.
Exactly.
The West's appetite for so-called progress by the brutal exploitation and displacement of millions from their land was ravenous. The Caribbean, Central America, South America, various coastal and inland regions of Africa, Asia, and Pacific Islands were all affected by this insatiable drive for resources and wealth. The parallels to modern-day rhetoric are striking.
Like, if it was about introducing them to higher levels of technological advancement, if it was exclusively about introducing them to the liberal way of life, if it was about enlightening them to the beauties of Christianity and the enlightenment of the Renaissance, they would have just gone and done that. Which even when they did that, they did it extremely violently, right? You either accept our shit or we kill you. Except, a few guys that would just go and preach and preach and preach and hope that people accept it. They existed as well. But again, if it was only about spreading the culture of the West, they would have done exactly that. But no, they used that as a guise to basically fucking rob, steal, conquer, colonize, and take. Okay? And through that, on practice, they show them what true liberal Western ideology is. And that is of hypocrisy, of exploitation, of bigotry, and of the eternal drive for growth. Thank you very much, Nibor, you fucking legend, for the second month. I'm flat sharing with two Albanians. Albanians are superior Balkans forever. I agree. Very superior. Albanians, absolutely incredible. The bestest. The best are Albanians, indeed.
Think about the language used in the so-called War on Terror, for example. Terms like
and like with the argumentation I previously used, I'm like giving them everything. You give them everything. You even if you would give them everything and agree, which again is unhinged and racist, that they were bringing like a more advanced vision of how societal organization should look like to them, they would have just stuck to that if that was the pitch, if that's what they actually wanted to do. They would walk in and be like, yo, this is how you run this is how you run this is how you vote, this is how you do this is how you maintain private property. Okay, and then they would leave. They would be preachers. They wouldn't go with literal ancient versions of tanks. Very different.
And rogue states serve a very similar purpose to savages and barbarians, which are now only used by the old-school lunatics and talking heads. They dehumanize, they create an other, and they justify intervention for material gain and profit margins. March 1814. Topeka at the Horseshoe Bend, present-day Alabama. Future President Andrew Jackson, then a military officer, took 700 militiamen and 600 indigenous allies to attack a camp where Muskogee women and children were sheltering. In the aftermath of this so-called battle, Jackson and his troops stripped the skin off of the bodies of the Muskogee women and children they just slaughtered and used them to make reins for their horses. Jackson justified these incredibly horrific acts of pointless cruelty by saying, in part, "How lamentable it is that the path to peace should lead through blood, and over the carcasses of the slain, but it is in the dispensation of that providence which inflicts partial evil to produce general good." Andrew Jackson is still celebrated as an American hero to this day. This admittedly shocking example is, unfortunately, an accurate portrayal of how liberal ideology facilitates extreme violence in the name of progress, civilization, freedom, and democracy. But before Andrew Jackson, there was the British Empire, the champion bringers of civilization of the era.
And even nowadays, if it's one of us, it's a bad actor. If it's one of us, it's a particular insane politician or general. If it's one of us, it's a particular fucked up soldier, etc., etc. It is not something that you should paint a whole people with. Blah, blah, blah. But literally like 30 years ago, 9/11, what did we do? What did they do? Sorry, I'm not part of the West, but whatever. What did we as a fucking species, I guess, do? We took the actions of a few fucking psychos and proceeded to flatten an entire part of the world. That is in no way even relevant to the guys that went into the fucking towers, but we're like, yeah, fucking brown, whatever the fuck, start bombing. Thank you very much, Pluto. You got any tips for writing a resume and a cover letter? Yes, resume always sent to at least 2 friends to check, or people with, if you have people with longer years, longer careers in whatever field, doesn't have to be specifically yours, because they most likely have had to write a lot more CVs/resumes than you. And cover letters, I've never sent one in my life. Like, I kind of feel like it's,
The British were colonial pioneers, so we should see how they did things. First off, they were driven
and
by...
what I previously said obviously also applies on socialist projects afterwards, like somebody stubs their toe in socialism and it's holy fucking shit. Stalin is literally eating babies.
By the deeply ingrained racist belief that they alone could, and therefore were morally required to, spread their liberal ideal of progress to the so-called backward peoples of the world. At least on the surface, the real reason was capital accumulation and domination of markets. Second, they sought to dominate both the physical and intellectual landscapes of its colonies, particularly in Asia. British Orientalist scholars like Sir William Jones constructed an image of the East that conveniently reinforced the idea that Europeans, who would have thunk, were a superior race. These scholars depicted the Orient as exotic, stagnant, and, of course, in desperate need of Western intervention, which, to them, legitimized their despotic rule over these colonized people.
And again, even if we follow the racist logic, hey, these guys live like savages. So let's go and take all their shit, and that is going to teach them how to no longer live like savages. No, it was never about fixing the savage. It was about taking everything you can from the savage.
Were forced to modernize. The Opium Wars in China exemplify both the dangers of liberalism as an ideology and the British generally. Britain waged 2 wars against China to force the Qing dynasty to open its markets to British opium, which was devastating Chinese society. The First Opium War resulted in the Treaty of Nanking. This is the origin of British rule over Hong Kong. It was ceded in this treaty. They also forced China to open 5 ports to British trade and grant special rights to British citizens. The Chinese referred to this era as the Century of Humiliation, during which Western powers imposed a series of unequal treaties on China to exploit its resources and opium-addicted citizens. The wars were not about free trade or mutual benefit. They were about securing British economic interests through the use of force, at the expense of an entire nation's well-being. Unfortunately, this isn't the worst colonialism the British ever did. India is definitely in the discussion for most exploited.
I don't know who said it, and obviously I don't agree with it, but it was kind of like, with the current fentanyl and general opiate crisis in the U.S., but the easy access to fent, that is all the time coming from China. Some guy in a random conversation I was in at a bar said, well, that's karma for the opium wars for you. Which obviously very fucked up, and it's normal people suffering, and it's not something to be celebrated at any fucking point. But that easy gotcha or whatever that he was using there is kind of hoppa.
The people to ever suffer under British rule. One of the British colonial administration's first moves was to implement liberalizing economic policies, mostly through the destruction or destabilization of indigenous industry capable of outcompeting the British, which devastated the economy, unsurprisingly. Devastated doesn't actually quite capture it, though, because they actually rolled back progress the subcontinent had already made without Western intervention. For example, by following enlightened liberal principles, the British deindustrialized India's textile industry, so British-made clothes could flood the market created by not allowing Indians to make their own clothing. This economic collapse predictably...
No, the fentanyl crisis not payback for the hundreds of years of humiliation, but I'll tell you what is disposable vapes. They have every single one of our youth hooked. We are fucked.
Wonderful. A new child
Debo, you're
soldier,
literally
a
one
new
of my favorites,
subscriber.
okay? But American, like, I love you so much. I love Americans too. But you're, like, the American hates nicotine so fucking much and has been brainwashed into hating nicotine so much that he'd be like, Fent, bad, but not as bad as vapes. Okay, but yes, the vapes are also massive payback. That is why your friends from the Scandinavian countries are trying to save you through the eternal wisdom of the Zin. Okay, thank you. Okay, bro, liever for the 2 months, baby. Thank you very much.
Impoverished the population, and export policies diverted Indian food supplies to meet the demands of the global market, policies similar to those the British had used in Ireland. The Great Bengal Famine
Embrace the true social democratic Scandinavian values of snooze. Jesus Christ.
of 1770 killed an estimated 10 million people as a result of these policies, 1.5% of the world population at the time. To give some perspective, World War II and all its casualties killed a similar rough percentage of the total world population. This is among one of the most heinous massacres in human history, and the UK has never been held to account. Of course, Britain wasn't the only colonization enthusiast in town. Britain went to many places from their tiny island to colonize places. The continent of Africa is the opposite of that. Colonizers from many European countries invaded the continent. It was so significant that historians gave it a name, the Scramble for Africa, from the 1880s and ending in 1914. I wonder why. Again, liberalism rushes in to justify more violent subjugation, but in a brand new place. The major powers held what we call the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, where European powers divided Africa amongst themselves, as if it was already theirs to divide amongst themselves, conducted under the pretense of bringing civilization.
Can you imagine how backwards we used to be? That somebody could sit on a little bench and then have another human being carry him or push him so that he's a bit more comfortable. Oh wait, in almost every single larger tourist destination you have those guys that are doing the bikes, but at least they're getting paid, I guess. You know?
To the continent. I'm not being repetitive. History is, sadly. The true desire, however, lay in goals of exploiting Africa's vast resources and reserve of cheap labor to fuel Europe's industrialization. Although there are a lot of bad guys in the story, there are few more notorious than King Leopold II in the Congo. Leopold also claimed to be one of those civilizing Africa, but his rule was extremely brutal, even for the time. It of course used forced labor, but also committed many mass atrocities, resulting in the deaths of millions of Congolese. King Leopold II was also interested in the rubber and ivory abundant at the time in the Congo in order to stock up on money. He was likewise fond of souvenirs. These souvenirs were actually 267 Congolese human beings. At the 1897 Brussels World Fair, Leopold showcased these Congolese people as living exhibits, a spectacle for European audiences, all under the guise of spreading civilization. Similar events continued in Western Europe until the late 1950s. As the 20th century dawned...
What was that picture? Yeah, what was this? Copy image address. 1958, Yugoslavia, Belgium, an exhibition in a zoo of a black child, a group of African students in front of a student assembly in a university in Yugoslavia, okay? That's why please shatters Western Europe, Eastern Europe. Use different terms. I love you very much.
the language of liberalism changed to the form it more or less takes today.
Yeah, Yugoslavia rioting over the murder of Lumumba, yeah.
Instead of civilizing missions, they are promoting democracy, protecting human rights, and bringing freedom. Yet the methods used to achieve these goals are often indistinguishable from those
I apologize, I have to use a little toilet, but I live in very good hands. I live with good hands with the more melanin-infused Slav, also known as Arab, also known as Hakim. Okay, very good, very nice, very good. Okay, I leave you in his hands, you watch a chair, I go do the pee-pee. Okay, very nice, goodbye.
used by the empires of old. Coercion, violence, and exploitation continue to be the go-to tools for spreading liberalism. Oh, hold on, I suddenly remember what happened in 1914 to stop the scramble for Africa. World War I shuffled geopolitics and left the US as the only world power. The result was the United States taking over as the brave torchbearer of liberalism. During the Spanish-American War, the US claimed to be liberating the Philippines from Spanish rule, only to impose its own colonial regime. The Philippine-American War that followed showcased the ability of the United States to brutally repress resistance. US forces killed hundreds of thousands of Filipinos in the name of bringing democracy and civilization. Kind of hard to participate in democracy when you're denied the right to live, but I digress. During the Cold War, the US supported numerous authoritarian regimes around the world, from Latin America to Southeast Asia, under the guise of containing communism, which I've talked about before. Democracy only when you vote right, of course. Not for the people, but for the Wall Street Journal readers, as a single song goes. Anyways, these US-backed regimes were almost always responsible for gross human rights abuses, such as massacres, genocide, and death squads. They were propped up because they served some esoteric US strategic interest or another. The US-backed coup in Guatemala in 1954, for instance, led to decades of civil war and repression, with tens of thousands of civilians killed. In Indonesia, the US supported the military dictatorship of Suharto, which is responsible for the mass death of up to 1 million people. Liberalism, the paragon of equality and acceptance, has killed more people than any other ideology in history and counting. NATO's intervention in Yugoslavia in 1999 and Libya in 2011 are a prime example of the iron grip liberalism has on geopolitics. Both interventions were sold as humanitarian efforts to protect civilian populations from oppressive regimes. Interestingly, this never stretches to victims of NATO bombing, or Palestinians. In Yugoslavia, NATO justified its bombing campaign by claiming it was necessary to prevent an ethnic cleansing in Kosovo, despite the fact that most atrocities had occurred after the bombing began. In Libya, the intervention was justified by the need to protect civilians from Gaddafi's evil government, yet the result was destabilization, misery, the proliferation of armed militias, and a severe humanitarian crisis. In both cases, rather ironically, the rhetoric of human rights was used to justify actions that led to widespread suffering and death. Once Western geopolitical and economic goals were met, the feigned worry over the lack of human rights and democracy disappears overnight. It's not just military operations, invasions, or bombings. Sometimes all you need is a simple grift to colonize a country. The late 20th century saw the invention of one such crime referred to as the Structural Adjustment Program by the International Monetary Fund and World Bank. These programs are forced onto exploited, usually global south countries, desperate for any assistance. These programs require countries to implement strict, sometimes devastating neoliberal austerity measures in order to receive these loans in exchange for the sovereignty, meaning that the unelected IMF and World Bank are allowed to dictate a significant amount of policy for entire countries. In Argentina, for instance, the adoption of structural adjustment programs resulted in widespread poverty, unemployment, and social unrest as public services were cut, industries were privatized, and the economy was open to foreign exploitation. In Jamaica, the implementation of structural adjustment programs led to the collapse of local industries, increased unemployment, and a rise in poverty, as the country was forced to open its markets to cheap imports from the US and Europe. The impact on...
Sorry, I'm ruining the stream. I know chair is... what's the word? Is more popular than I am on YugopnikTwitch, but hey. What should we name the chair, by the way, chat? The chair needs a name. The chair was spitting. Chairman Mao. Come on, somebody's probably using that already. Is any other streamer using Chairman Mao? Can we call him? Love chair. Yugopnik. Okay, Hassan is using Chairman Mao. Okay. The pork chair. The long pisser. Czechoslovakia. Oh, that's not bad. Czechoslovakia is good. Giga chair. Giga chaired. Chairl. Chairman G. Okay, that's good. Pablo. Just Pablo. Yugopnik. Chairboy Mao. Marshal Chair. Cherchnya. That is good, but it's too hard to pronounce. USS Chair. Sniffable Chair, you piece of shit. Craig. Chair Mobile. Cuck Chair. The Cuck Chair. Because get it? I'm cucking you when I leave the room with it. What is this? What is my Ufigi sending me? Call her Chairman Mao the way she bounced on the dog. Oh my god! Motherfucker! Ufigi! Fucking hell, Ufigi. And I love how Ufigi was like a look before and I didn't. Charlie. Sibian Chair. Cheryl Marks. Yusuf Chair. I guess we have to work on this a bit more. El Chair. That's not bad, El Chair.
Africa of these neoliberal policies continues to be particularly problematic. Newly independent
Mine is like, we can play, the chair is half black, half white. We can play something on that.
countries were forced to open their economies to foreign corporations who then would proceed to steal the country's resources and wrote their
Fidel Cherstro, fart dispenser, Eurokrem Stolica. Fidel Cherstro is very good.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
Name it table.
Subscriber.
Thank you, Mortal Nightwolf, for the 2 months, baby. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you very much. Hot Chair Min. Oh my God. Hot Chair Min. It's Hot Chair Min. It is Hot Chair Min. It is hot. It's Hot Chair Min. No. That's it. It's Hot Chair Min. It's so good. It's so good. Or Chair Guevara. Oh, fuck you, DXD. Chair Guevara. Okay, vote by just spamming it. So, Hot Chair Min or Chair Guevara? Hot Chair Min or Chair Guevara? I want to know. Hawk to a Min, fuck you. Hot Chair Min, Chair Guevara, Chair Min, Chair Guevara, Hot Chair Min, Chair Guevara, Chair Guevara. Oh, it's pretty drawn. Okay, now fight each other to the death. Okay, whoever survives gets to tell me what it's called. Yeah, I guess do a poll, because it's really close. So mods, do a poll and tell me what the result is, okay? Mods, do a poll now. I love you. Thank you.
economic policies for the benefit of the former colonizers, who continue in the same trend, though by different methods. Privatization of public assets, ending most or all welfare programs, and liberalization of trade deepened poverty and equality.
Yes, another reason for leftists to infight. How do you call the chair? I have a chair. King of the castle.
Equality across the continent. This is in stark contrast to the path many Western European and North American nations took, in which they were heavily protectionist. Rules for me, not for thee, or the other way around, I guess. In Zambia, the privatization of the copper mines, a key source of national revenue.
What the fuck is a prediction? Predict with what? Chair name. Ah, that's crazy. How does that work? How to play? What is this? Prediction. What is this? With the launch of Channel Point's predictions, told Twitch partners and affiliates, communities now have a new way to participate in the most exciting moments of Twitch. What are Channel Point predictions? Channel Point predictions is a new superpower that lets creators engage their entire community while giving viewers a stake in the action of their favorite streams. Creators or motivators set an event and its possible outcomes, and viewers use their channel points to predict the end result before the prediction window closes. That's cool. It's like gambling, but legal. Rip all my channel points. Let's fucking go. Oh. Did it end? Where did it go? I can't see it anymore. It died. Okay. I'm gambling right now. Okay, just tell me what the result is.
Led to massive...
Send me like a link to it or something. I don't know. Oh no, it's still working. Chair name prediction ended. Okay, and like on my end, how do I interact with it? See details. See details. Chair name prediction. What? See details. Why is this so complicated? Okay, chair name predictions ended this minute. Oh my god, it actually worked. Okay, I'm gonna show you all my shit, but I don't care. Okay, chair name prediction ended. How do I view all? Click on this. Okay, so this is the result. Why is this not easier to do? Okay, so chair name prediction ended 1 minute ago. Che Guevara, 35,000 channel points, 31%. Ho Chi Minh, 79,000 channel points. The domination has been truly, truly intense. And officially, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, I want you to meet Ho Chi Minh, baby! Ho Chi Minh, we salute and we thank you for service. Thank you very much, Ho Chi Minh. Yes, it's Ho Chi Minh now. Wealth-based voting. But it's not with real money. It's with the channel points you accrue based on how much time you spend here. So, Ho Chi Minh, built in China. Yeah, it is built in China. No, it's built in Vietnam, I promise. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ho Chi Minh.
Job losses and a decline in social services as they
lost almost 15k channel points. Thank you, Al Bundy.
Profits from the mines were siphoned off by foreign corporations. The legacy of these policies can still be seen today, as many
true Ho Chi Minh patriots have won this day, but will the counter-revolutionary Che Guevara's return? We do not know.
African countries struggle with artificial debt, economic instability, and underdevelopment following centuries of colonialism. The International Criminal Court, established to hold leaders accountable for war crimes and atrocities, has disproportionately targeted African leaders and other non-Western allied countries, while Western leaders and their most special allies responsible for similar crimes have often escaped anything even smelling like justice. The case of Sudanese President...
You can crop it out, and you can put a face of Chairman Ho on it, and it can be a edgy little emote if you want to, if you have that much time.
Omar Bashir, indicted by the ICC for crimes in Darfur, is a perfect example of this disparity. While Bashir was held accountable for his actions, far worse crimes committed by Western-backed leaders like Yoweri Museveni of Uganda and Paul Kagame of Rwanda were largely ignored. Museveni and Kagame, despite their involvement in significant crimes against humanity and genocide, were part of the super special group of Western allies that gets to have their actions excused because they align with Western interests. This selective justice is not just a product of institutional bias, an outgrowth of Western-founded institutions, but reflects liberalism's cold truth. Anything hegemon wants, hegemon gets. Sounds a lot like monarchy, doesn't it? And where has the so-called Fourth Estate, the noble journalists, been?
Our favorite chatters. If you're watching streams, don't you love the Fourth Estate? Don't you love the news corporation? Don't you love that the more privatized it gets, the freer it gets, brothers? Yes, indeed.
During all of this, have they been speaking truth to power? Holding leaders accountable?
Oh, of course.
No. More often than not, the liberal media machine frequently acts as a mouthpiece for these liberal governments and carries weight for their various atrocities. The easiest example I can point to is the run-up to the 2003 Iraq War. The US media parroted the Bush regime's justification for the illegal, unprovoked invasion, while significantly downplaying the threat to innocent civilians and amplifying the lies the US government was peddling to the entire world. Even after the invasion, the media continued to focus on the shortcomings of Iraq's defunct regime rather than the ongoing atrocities committed by US forces, with new revelations coming out even now. This pattern of selective outrage and selective justice is not unique to the US or its allies. It is a feature of liberalism, not a bug. As we look around the world today, we're seeing the same patterns repeating themselves. Same justifications, same atrocities, only the names change. The legacy of colonialism isn't just history, it's also the present.
Beautifully put. But WMD, but babies, they eat babies. They came in and they ate all the babies.
Very simple premise. Private media can only exist in private market. Anything critiquing private market, therefore, is critiquing private media. Therefore, organically, private media will always protect the interests of private markets. Private markets are often protected when it comes to the imperial greed of the imperial core. Through constant interventions abroad. Therefore, organically, all privately owned media will protect these interventions and these imperialist incursions, because through that it protects its own, again, private business interests. If you can believe that state media will always represent the subjective vision for the country and of the world, from the perspective of whoever is currently governing, I agree that would be the case. Then why can't you apply the same logic to privately owned media? Because it also runs and directs information from the perspective of those who own it and their interests. There is no difference between state and private media, except for one. With state media, we rightfully point at it and are like, what the fuck? That's obviously propaganda. But with private media, at least specifically in the US, but also some Western European countries, they point at it and they say, oh my God, this is objective truth and reporting.
On the surface, liberalism seems to be the antithesis of authoritarianism. Yet beneath the thin surface of noble-sounding slogans lies an undeniable and historically consistent fact. The liberal state, in its quest to maintain order for the economic ruling class and to protect property, resorts to authoritarian measures that make their professed commitment.
How do you speak truth to power when you are power, okay? Fox, CNN, BBC, that's power. How do you speak truth to yourself?
To freedom, democracy, pretty hollow. Throughout the 19th century, European liberal regimes used force to suppress working class movements and maintain their control, demonstrating how the promise of political freedom was frequently undermined by the need to protect the economic interests of the ruling class. Such contradictions within liberalism represent the first cracks in its foundation, cracks that would widen dramatically in the face of the crises of the early 20th century. The First World War, the Great Depression, and the Second World War created a highly charged environment where radical ideologies of all kinds gained popularity, such as communism. But as the left rises, so the right rises to meet it. Enter fascism. The ingredients
and our dear liberal friends will always choose him above us. The leftist, eternally cucked by his liberal boyfriend, for he always wants to be railed by the fascist, for he knows the fascist will never leave him. He is an easier choice. He is a lazy choice, but one in which he can forever see stability. While dating the leftist is a bit more complicated, for they actually know what needs need to be satisfied and what direction somebody with principles should go into. Basically, the fascist is the easy fucking crusty bedsheet having motherfucker, and that is why liberalism, in their internal daddy issue insecurities, will prefer them. Indeed. Liberalism, fascism, and socialism and their relationship explained through, well, relationships. Welcome to YugopnikTwitch. This is why you're here. Yanagibashi, my dad agrees with me that 9/11 was an inside job and that we only invaded Iraq for imperialist interests, but then turns around and says it was all right, actually, because Saddam was a despot killing innocent people and oppressing women. SMH, the lib brain rot runs incredibly deep. Yeah, absolutely. Ask him what he thinks about either Trump or Biden. He probably, depending on his perspective, will call him a fucked up despot that is doing horrible things for the country. And then ask him if it would be okay for China to come in and blow the shit up out of the entirety of the U.S. and kill everybody in the government and then install their own puppet government, because that is somehow better than the insane fucked up despot that was ruling previously. Okay.
Fascism proper were practiced in different ways throughout the 18th and 19th centuries all over Europe, particularly by European colonial powers on their subjects. Conditions created by these consecutive crises allowed fascism
Thank you very much, J.S. Marksy, for the sub with Prime. Welcome, beautiful child soldier. Welcome.
to flourish, which was, in many ways, a reaction to the failures of liberalism, which promised to restore stability and national pride. So as the liberal states of Europe struggled to
Wait, that sounds good, though. You get my point, motherfuckers.
cope with these decades
You know, this show is paid for by Chairman Xi Jinping.
of upheaval, they began to rely more and more on authoritarian measures to maintain order, exposing the hollowness of their promises, which made the fascists' more overt authoritarianism appear equally legitimate to many. More egregiously, when the power of the economic ruling class was actually threatened, liberals always and without exception rushed to ally with fascist forces against the left. It happened in Weimar Germany, it happened just now.
If you want to use a more reactionary argument, you can tell them, okay, so why didn't we target a far more despotic country, also known as Saudi Arabia, out of which most of the participators and financiers hold passports. You know, if you care so much about despotism, then why Iraq and not Saudi Arabia? Oh wait, because they're friends. Oh shit, I forgot.
In France. To fully understand how liberalism enables fascism, we need to examine Mussolini's Italy and Nazi Germany, two of the most striking examples of liberalism's failures directly contributing to the rise of fascist regimes. Germany's Weimar Republic, a liberal democracy established in the aftermath of World War I, was created in a moment when the country was on the verge of total political collapse. The Treaty of Versailles saddled the country with war reparation payments that left the country broke. The massively powerful far left was systematically suppressed and kept out of power, further deepening the crisis as the liberals stood only to serve their own class interests, as usual. They didn't have any real solutions otherwise. Well, they did. They just served the interests of the ruling class.
Yep.
The Great Depression gripped the world, and the Weimar Republic's inability to address the economic collapse further eroded public confidence in liberal democracy. Unemployment soared, and the middle class found itself destitute and disillusioned. This economic and social turmoil would be weaponized by Hitler and the Nazis to gain support and demonize their enemies. All this led many
America is a dollari caliphate. That's a good one.
Germans to lose faith in this liberal experiment. This loss of faith helped facilitate the rise of the Nazis with their grand promises of national revival and law and order to gain support. Meanwhile, the liberal emphasis on individualism led to a fragmented society where collective action became increasingly difficult.
Any question, what country do you think the best place to live is for average working class individual? They're too different. They're too different. Depends on exactly what you're looking for, what kind of expertise you're bringing, what kind of previous experience you have, etc., etc.
Especially after the left was systematically kept.
Because like for one, it's going to be Slovenia. For another guy, it's going to be China. For a third guy, it's going to be Argentina. For a fifth guy, it's going to be fucking Norway. Depends.
Out of power.
This is, again, just from a completely individualist perspective of where life could be the most comfortable, blah, blah, blah. It's nothing to do with a socialist worldview.
At every turn.
Switzerland, you need to be an extremely highly, what's the word? Highly qualified, thank you. You need to be an extremely highly qualified individual in Switzerland. And if you are, it's really good.
Liberalism either stumbled into or directly aided the rise of fascism.
I think it's going to be Argentina. I was throwing out random countries.
Hitler's rise to power was not the result of popular support. It was
because, like, Switzerland, for example, is one of the most expensive places on the planet. Okay, so it's a bit more complicated.
It was facilitated by conservative and nationalist elites who viewed him as a bulwark against socialism and a tool to restore order. German industrialists, who had benefited from the liberal economic policies of the 1920s, saw in Hitler a means to protect their interests and stave off the threat of communism. German businessmen placed their faith first in Chancellor Brüning and then in General Schleicher, hoping they could salvage something from the aftermath. When the hopes were dashed, many turned to Hitler, who promised to protect their status, wealth, and private property, even as he dismantled the liberal democratic institutions that provided that wealth in the first place. The relationship between German business and the Nazi regime was indicative of how quickly liberal allegiance to capital led them to work with or even support the Nazis. Their initial wariness of the Nazis was resolved once they started profiting from the regime's policies. The intertwining of profits, politics, and technology in Nazi Germany was nowhere more evident than in the case of IG Farben. The chemical company, which became deeply involved in the regime's plans for rearmament and extermination of the undesirables, had become one of the largest private companies in the world. Their collaboration with the Nazis led to a majority of their wealth and success being directly tied to the Nazi state. The massive rearmament programs of the late 1930s also included well-known car companies like Daimler-Benz and BMW. These companies became integral to the war effort by producing military vehicles and aircraft engines.
Not BMW slander on my watch!
Business collaboration with the Nazis wasn't confined to domestic firms either. This collaboration extended over the Atlantic Ocean to the United States, where IBM is headquartered. IBM produced technology that was used to manage logistics and ultimately facilitate the Holocaust. Their punch card machines were integral to the Nazis' ability to process vast amounts of data, including tracking Jews and other targeted groups for extermination. This cooperation was done with the full support of IBM leadership. In fact, the CEO at the time, Thomas Watson, actively sought to expand his business in Nazi Germany despite full knowledge of the regime's brutal, genocidal policies and rhetoric. What were the
IBM.
liberal intellectuals and cultural elites in Nazi Germany doing? Were they standing up?
Hakim shooting bullets at everybody, okay? He got the car people, he got the computer nerds. What's next? Maybe he should talk about the Olympics a bit, so the jocks get punished as well.
Up against this oppressive regime? Did one of their leading newspapers change its tagline to "Democracy dies in darkness"? No, quite the contrary, actually. German intellectuals like Carl Schmitt played a pivotal role in legitimizing the Nazi regime's destruction of Weimar's so-called democratic institutions in the eyes of the public. Schmitt had been a critic of the Weimar government and provided the ideological framework and justification for the dismantling of Weimar's liberal democratic institutions.
Fun fact, IBM named their AI machine learning stuff Watson after that CEO. Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Emphasizing
I didn't know that. Wow.
The need for a strong, centralized authority. Now let's turn from the most notorious fascist regime to the birthplace.
He just did the artists as well. Hakim. Beautiful.
Place of modern fascism. Post-World War I Italy. It was, much like Germany at the time, a nation in chaos.
The
liberal
constitutional... Sons, thank you. Hell, Faro killed this. For the 9 months, baby, you're basically pregnant now.
Monarchy was...
You're pregnant with my Twitch child. Do not give birth to it. Please go and take care of it. I know we had a conversation many times, but a Twitch child, the world does not need one of those, okay?
Completely unable to address the economic crises, nor the growing anger among the working.
No, if you do insist, I will give them a lifetime subscription, okay? that is going to be all the parenting that I'm willing to do.
Class. The far left was systematically suppressed. Again. Predictably, the Italian state increasingly relied on regular Italian military and paramilitary groups, such as the fascist Black Shirts led by Benito Mussolini, to maintain order. They were employed to, among other things, crush socialist movements and restore law and order. Mussolini, LARPing as a self-styled Roman general, marched on Rome in 1922 and conducted the least dramatic coup of a liberal government, maybe ever. This was due in part to the fact that it had all but lost the will to govern.
And all the fucking Italians were sleeping, man. Italians were sleeping, they woke up and they're like, no, you are a fascist state. And they're like, okay, I go back to sleep. But no, now you gotta go fight the Ethiopians. What? Proceeds to get ass handed to by fucking... Oh, they have tank machinery. The other guys are using basic guerrilla tactics. God.
Governed effectively. King Victor Emmanuel III, under pressure from liberal elites and entirely too old to fight back, feared a socialist revolution more than a fascist coup. He handed power to Mussolini.
SMH Italians be like, we are the Romans and we are back. Proceeds to get ass handed to them by everybody, proving to the world that they actually indeed are not the Romans.
Legitimizing fascism on the world stage, yet again, within the bounds of liberalism. This decision was not an isolated incident, but as with Hitler in Germany, a pattern of behavior firmly...
Yeah, my girlfriend was there literally 2 days ago. That's crazy. No, she wasn't. She's not a Nazi.
Rooted in liberal ideology. Faced with an existential crisis, liberal governments choose to ally with or appease fascist movements to preserve the status quo.
World War II, but what about my Vespa and my pizza? We like the fascist more than we like the communist. From America, they tell us the communists come and take all the pizza and all of the pasta. We prefer the fascist. I mean, he makes a symbol in the air, same as when we cut the pizza. Karate chop the pizza. I love the fascist. I love the die in battle against tribes. I love that.
To preserve the interests of capital. Once in power, Mussolini wasted no time in dismantling Italy's
I love how Italian fascism is basically just dressing up and then getting killed all the time. Okay.
democratic institutions. He censored the press, imprisoned or exiled political opponents, and evaded all public and private.
Oh my god, lady, you did the cuting. Oh my god, that is so cool. You did the cuting guy. Oh my god, that is fucking based, man. That is so based. That is so based. That is so based. Thank you so much, whoever made that. Who made it? The lady, did you make it? Dr. Sleepy Fist. You fucking legend. You fucking legend. Okay? Because we are... I am the Italian. I am a very sexy Italian fascist. We're gonna go and fight and die. But first, we gotta do the cute. Go and die for the Italia. We are ancient Roman soldiers.
Life. The consequences of Mussolini's rule were not only felt in the restriction of political freedoms, but also in the
Cuting is the new thing I'm trying to start instead of mewing or whatever. It's cuting, which is basically a Gen Alpha paraphrase of the duck face of the ancient days. Okay. Well, let me see. This is what we're referring to. Can I see the most popular or the most popular? Is it this one? Does he cute here? Oh, wait.
Neku ženu ću da bijem ovde. Sad mi jedna pogledala popreko, bem li u semi plemedu i steram đavola kad ja budem udario. Bem li u semi plemedu i bem, sad mi nije dobro ništa.
Okay, he's talking about beating up a woman.
Ja ću dumnem jebem ti Red Bull ti. Otrovao sam se, jebem ti Red Bull. Više nikad ne proizvadio Red Bull.
Hteo bi svaki da ima život ovaki, da bude kriminalac, Porsche Kawasaki, ovo pravi je gangstere, opusti se.
Ovo ljudi nema nigde. Ja sam najslađi čovjek na svijetu.
This is cuting, okay, this is cuting. This is cuting. If he can cute, anybody can cute, okay?
Evo, posle seksa sa kurvom, pijem ice kafe. Prijatno.
Jesus Christ.
Obrijao sam brkovi, bolje bez brkovi. Izgleda mlađe, ono ko neki Turci, Bog te vidio. Sam brkovi ko Turci neki.
Cuting, bro. Look at the cute.
Kaki brkovi čoveče.
Legend.
Bolje bez brkovi.
A very problematic fave, yes. So I want you chat whenever you're talking and you remember you haven't done your daily dose of cuting. You're like, oh yeah, man, yeah, like I'm really into this new chocolate that I bought. Wait, 1 second, I need to cute. Hi, it's very nice to meet you. You're very cute. Would you like a drink? No, you can sit right here with my friends. I want everybody cuting, okay? It's cuting. Just again, look for. Learn from the master, okay?
Izgleda mlađe, ono ko neki Turci.
He's like, it's good that I shaved my mustache. I look younger. I no longer look like some fucking Turk. Okay, he's Balkan. He's the only person allowed to talk shit about Turks, okay? 500 years of imperialism, okay?
Bog te vidio. Sam brkovi ko Turci neki. Kaki brkovi čoveče.
It's incredible. Cuting.
Evo me na grob kod oca.
Oh my God! I'm here at my dad's grave.
Gledajte dvoristani, ovo je grob mojega oca. Nije da čekao sinu svadbu. Koji mi vraćao? Sve ću crno da ve zavijem. Vratat ću vi. Sve ću...
What the fuck?
Sad bio u kafići, traži od gazde 30 sojera. On kaže, si ti lud. Usta ga je bio. Treba ga ubije čovjek, više nikad neće ići kod njega. Dugujem mu 2 eura za...
He's literally saying, I just went to this cafe, he owes me 30 euros. He's not giving it to me, I'm gonna kill him, and then he cutes. He literally said, I'm gonna kill a guy, and then he cuted. This is how you do it, okay? Look, this is proper skill.
Treba ga ubije čovjek, više nikad neće ići kod njega. Dugujem mu 2 eura za čaj. neću mu ni vrati KGB. A ima ženu dobru, ne dolazi kod njega. Zaljubila su mene i šta bi ja radio? Ima dobru ženu. Zaljubila su mene i ništa lepše nema. Kad bi ja dovati, koji moraću da je pitam, ja ne vredi.
Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, chat. I'm done. But yes, that is cuting, okay? That is cuting.
Of authoritarianism in society.
Fucking Hassan ass fucking chains, dude.
The regime's policies reinforced the position of the wealthy and the powerful and worsened existing social inequalities, while crushing any and all opposition from the left.
Just walks around cafes and posts. Absolutely, man. He's a real chat member, okay?
Just as in Germany, Italian intellectuals and cultural figures, who became disillusioned with the failures of liberal democracy as they saw it, enthusiastically supported the fascists. Italian philosopher Giovanni Gentile once a...
There is a written story about a duel between a townsman of my ancestor and a Turk named Hassan. And the Hassan guy got his helmet knocked off. Only then they all drank after. They did that for hundreds of years. Okay? Now when I'm streaming, I will always interrupt it to cute for a little bit.
Staunch liberal, became one of Mussolini's most prominent intellectual allies and expressed a vision of the state that was in direct opposition to liberal ideas of individual rights, freedom of the press, etc. Gentile's philosophy placed the state over the individual, providing a homegrown veneer of intellectual credibility to the otherwise empty ideology that fascism is.
You know what else is an empty ideology? Advertising. You get nothing from it. While a subscription, you get to feel good, and I get to feel good. So, baby, let's make each other feel real good. For $6 a month, for free through Prime, while having an adless experience. Let's make each other feel good. The ad plays in exactly 8 seconds, which is how much I would last if we were making each other feel good. Yes, indeed. Oh my God, thank you very much, Kachiro, for making me feel good. Yes, it passed. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs, baby, and thank you very much
Wonderful. A new child
for the
soldier.
Twitch 2
I mean,
gift subs as well.
subscriber.
Hey, Kachiro, everybody says thank you. Hey, Kachiro, that got a sub. Ain't nobody watching ads in this bitch, motherfucker.
Even the arts and culture betrayed their precious liberal values in both Italy and Germany.
Thank you very
Artists
much, man.
and writers alike fell victim to the enticing, magical promises of their respective
That is how you cute, okay? That is how you cute.
leaders because they were disillusioned with a liberal order that had completely failed them. Socialism was the ultimate heresy, and seeking hegemonic class interests, they found in fascism a new source of inspiration and pride. The Nazi regime's promotion of a distinctively Germanic culture, whatever that was, free from the multiculturalism and individualism of the liberal Weimar era, was attractive to those who sought to reclaim a lost, mythical national identity. If this is sounding familiar to...
Because they had nothing left because they got their fucking ass whooped. Whoop, whoop. But unironically, that is why it's very dangerous after a people is quote unquote humiliated in a massive conflict, no matter how much they were on the wrong side of history. Simply from pragmatic perspectives, one needs to kind of relatively help them rebuild and reinstall parties that are relatively stable, which we obviously didn't do after World War II either, but you get my point, because otherwise they just go even more unhinged.
Child soldier, I mean subscriber.
Reactionary growth is a snake eating its own ass. I said a thing.
Things being said by conservative liberals and their fascist friends, that's because fascism has been on the rise across the world, and oddly enough, it's happening in places with liberal, not leftist governments. By now it should be clear that, while fascism is indeed a threat to be taken very seriously, it's extremely important to understand this. When liberalism, and by extension capitalism,
it's a snake cuting its own ass.
finds itself threatened by crises, it will always, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes enthusiastically, cling to fascism, believing that nothing the fascists could do could ever be worse than what the left would do if it took power. This is because the left would remove all the elites from their pedestals and force them to live like regular people. The fear of losing power over others, and, more importantly, losing capital, is the sign of the severe insecurity of liberalism. Europe only broke with its bewitchment with fascism when the writing was on the wall. Communism is rapidly approaching, and we need to rehabilitate the old enemy to fight the new. As General Zhukov said, we have liberated Europe from fascism, but they will never forgive us for it. What of the Holocaust and concentration camps?
And it's super hilarious that the general of the Western Allied forces, I'm not even going to say which one specifically, doesn't deserve their name even mentioned, said, we fought the wrong enemy. We fought the wrong enemy after they won World War II.
The West, rife with its concentration camps for Libyans, Cherokees, and Namibians, were suddenly reminded of its liberal ideals and came to the conclusion that the Jews of Europe were, in fact, oh my, white, and hence the crimes were reprehensible. No such remembrance or atonement has been made for any other population based on nothing more than racialized hierarchies made up by the same diseased minds. We need to atone because they were white. The Libyans, Cherokees, and Namibians were not.
Classic. Red shirts and black.
Liberalism is a death cult. But how? Simply, it's the liberal dedication to and obsession with capitalism. Liberalism refuses to operate or tolerate any other economic system. This creates the death cult. Liberalism needs to convert everyone else to their system, often violently, and use the thin bringing democracy excuse to do so. It doesn't bring democracy, of course. What they really bring is capitalism, and a capitalism that specifically benefits them solely, the rule-based order. This form of capitalism allows foreign capital to render most of the...
If you get anything out of this video, that is that specific caveat. And you need to always remember that the pitch has been the same for like 300 years, and it will continue being the same. Whenever there is... Okay, like... Example on how it's being the same. Okay, fair question. They said that they were civilizing the Indian and bringing him a liberal way of life. Okay, they said that they were bringing democracy to Iraq and removing the domestic oppressor. What has changed? Absolutely nothing has changed. But thanks to more access to information, thanks to rising class consciousness, thanks to the falling rate of return of what you get from, well, imperialism, we are slowly learning and we are slowly spotting the patterns. But the pattern is there and it has existed since the birth of colonialism. Nobody will ever be as honest as we are going there because we're stronger and we're going to take some shit.
Wonderful.
Nobody's ever going to tell you that.
Subscriber.
So please be hyper skeptical whenever, especially whenever there is some sort of advanced and eloquent and ideological explanation on why your sons, brothers, and daughters need to go abroad and probably die, and if not, arguably even worse, end up killing someone. Thank you very much, Seafood Tony, for the subprime, baby. Welcome to the community, baby. Cuting. Okay.
Control of the resources of a country in the hands of unelected foreign corporations, or worse, even individual billionaires. Imperial capitalism is the modern, non-military way the West colonizes countries today. In 2011, Greece...
Reactionary growth is a snake eating its own ass. Communist growth is a Yugoslavian eating their own one raw onion a day. Bezuism is when chatter is not subscribing and watching ads. Yugopnikism is when subscribing and Baby Yoda stays alive. Mashallah, mashallah, brate, mashallah. Thank you, Richie, for the gift sub, baby. Thank you very much for the support. And thank you, Gabriel. Hi, CIA here. I hear you all been craving some freedom. Absolutely. Free us from this zealot Yugopnik. We want chat to return to the people. No salaries in chat. We have unironically developed a theory in which chatters are actually... whenever a streamer reads out a chat and reacts to it, that means that the chatter has created value for the streamer. Therefore, every streamer that interacts with a chatter and reads out their thing and reacts to it is exploiting their labor unless they pay them for it. Okay? So basically, yeah, eternal war against all streamers, for they are de facto members of the bourgeois class, unless they do not respond to chat, okay? True proletarian streamers ignore chat. They close the chat box, okay? They never read chat. That's how you are a principal communist streamer, baby.
Greece became a victim of neoliberal austerity policy terrorism, for lack of a better term. Put yours in the comments. And provides us with a good example to analyze. The country had spiraled into economic collapse because of capitalism, remember? So, being clearly in need, the European Union, of which Greece is a member, and the International Monetary Fund imposed severe austerity policies they claimed were to stabilize Greece's economy. And if you've been paying attention, or have just watched my channel, then the rest of this info will be unsurprising. As soon as these insane policies were implemented, Greece plunged deeper into crisis. It also, conveniently for the IMF, saddled Greece with a debt they can't possibly pay back on the terms agreed to.
And when Greece actually had a referendum on fucking leaving the whole fucking thing, which won, they said no, that this whole democracy argument no longer applies. Fuck off, you're not going anywhere. Like, what?
But Greece was vulnerable and desperate, so of course they took it. The austerity package slashed the public sector from 53% of GDP to 44% in just 6 years. This wasn't just about tightening the belt. It meant mass layoffs, brutal cuts to public spending, and a fire sale of state assets at the worst possible moment, with airports, ports, and motorways sold off to the highest bidder. Youth unemployment soared to 26%, an entire generation left with little to no hope for their future. The new policy stifled growth for 5 years, which worsened the recession. The need for, ironically, additional government bailouts soared as banks and
like eventually that's why like so-called Western imperialism, rightfully titled as such, but the only thing that will eat it up and kind of replace it is simple corporate imperialism. Above state actors, which will accrue so much capital and so much influence that they will no longer even need to lobby a capitalist state into assisting them.
Businesses continue to fail. Greece's plight wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a broader pattern that played out across Europe. For example, in Portugal, the national debt ballooned from 62% of GDP in 2006 to 108% by 2012.
Hakim just said a Barcelona moment. You call it Portugal. Hey, you call it Portugal. Listen again. A Barcelona moment, you know? Portugal.
National debt ballooned from 62% of GDP in 2006 to 108% by 2012. Ireland had a similar experience and watched its net debt to GDP ratio explode from 25% in 2007 to 106% by 2012. Spain, you guessed it, had a bad time too. Triggered by a massive housing bubble, property prices rose by a ridiculous 115% between 1997 and 2007. This sent unemployment from 8% to 25% within 3 years.
It would be one thing if the Western imperialism even provided the prosperity it promises, but we know it doesn't, so it just makes them even more infuriating to listen to. Absolutely. It's extra infuriating because they're using the argument of civilization and the sharing of so-called superior Western culture with the rest of the world, while at the end of the day, it's simple pillaging, okay?
3 years and pushed youth unemployment to a staggering 52%.
Missing my king's SMH when they would just say, oh, I just want more land, that's why you're gonna go and die in a war that you don't care about. Oh, those good old days of honest despots. Oh. Now they want me even to believe in their causes. I'm over there abroad dying, God.
2% by mid-2012. These aren't just statistics, they're a damning indictment of a system that prioritizes capital over people. The austerity measures imposed across Europe were never truly about economic recovery. They are about ensuring that international creditors got their pound of flesh, regardless of the human cost. That's what they do to their darling European compatriots. Imagine what they do to the global south. By now you've noticed a pattern, I'm sure. The neoliberal austerity playbook is cut public spending, reduce debt, restore confidence in the markets, ignore the socioeconomic consequences of the previous steps, and then repeat. But since capital is, like cancer, looking for ever more growth, this isn't confined to Europe. Most of Latin America has been a long-suffering victim of neoliberal policies for decades, turning the region into a playground for multinational corporations. This well-documented exploitation has left the continent impoverished and dependent on the West. Brazil's iron-rich Paraopeba Valley, for example, became a battleground where 2 presidents were overthrown before a military dictatorship handed control of the region's resources to foreign corporations. Similarly, in Venezuela, the US military secured the profits of oil giants like Standard Oil and Gulf by, well, securing Venezuela's vast petroleum reserves. Because all the profit flows to foreign investors, not just in Venezuela but elsewhere also, these countries effectively lost their sovereignty and right to self-determination since foreign investors dictated their economic policies. In the wider global south, many countries are trapped in cycles of debt and dependency. A big part of this dependency is keeping these places underdeveloped. As Walter Rodney said in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, underdevelopment was not an accidental byproduct of colonialism, but its very purpose. The
it was accidental. They were just cuting, you know?
Economic structures imposed by colonial powers were designed to keep African economies subservient in a system that continues to this day, with foreign companies still dominating key sectors and extracting natural resources while contributing little to local development. Speaking of Africa, the Niger Delta has had its oil stolen by multinational corporations. Oil spills and gas flaring have destroyed the varied local ecosystems, making traditional farming and fishing impossible, and just generally forcing the local population to bear the brunt of the fallout. Egypt and Tunisia saw their economies hauled out by privatization and deregulation, leading to, again, sky-high unemployment and a shattered economy. Entire futures lost. And last but not least, the next victim is the United States. Yes, the world champion of neoliberalism has indeed become a victim of its own poison.
Chickens come back to roost and they go cuckoo-ricoo. I'm cuting now on this territory, not abroad.
This is of course about the 2008 financial crisis in the US, which appears to have been a major turning point in the decline of the United States, since it exposed the vulnerabilities of what turned out to be a delusional economy. Millions of Americans lost their homes and jobs, workers saw their wages stagnate even further since the 1970s, and public services were slashed to the bone while those responsible for the crisis were able to run to the bank with a ton of taxpayer cash. This growing inequality sparked movements like Occupy Wall Street and Black Lives Matter that attempted to challenge the status quo. This collection of crises wasn't, and still isn't, an anomaly. It's been referred to as disaster capitalism, where crises are exploited to impose neoliberal policies. At every turn, the interests of capital are paramount over all else, by king over colonial holdings, by shareholders over global south natural resources. At every turn, humanity, the environment, even ideas are
and even domestic resources, right? They privatize domestic resources. They kick out the petit bourgeois or the normal, everyday worker through outsourcing as well. It just eats absolutely everything. It has no nation, it has no creed, it has no belief system. It just tries to find ways in which to expand its tendrils. And that very often, once most markets have been developed, most traditionally defined private markets, because it needs to continue growing, it does what? It starts privatizing sectors of the state, which it seizes its next meal, pretty much. So very easily an argument could be made that the support of a rampant market system is unpatriotic because it does end up damaging the state apparatus as well, the country as well. Even if you don't have any class consciousness, it's kind of in the long run going against your flag, my dude, your anthem, baby.
Sacrifice at the altar of capitalism for the benefit of the narrowest sliver of humanity, all while liberalism provides the ideological justification for this false idol. The ultimate expression of capitalism's threat to human lives isn't confined to a handful of states in various places on Earth. Capitalism's need for infinite growth, again, like cancer, will make the planet near to completely unlivable for humans and animals alike. Can't be more death cult than destroying the entire planet's ecosystem, really. What's worse? We see the consequences everywhere. Our planet is scarred by capitalism's toxic footprint, from radioactive metals in Arctic glaciers to immense plastic garbage patches swirling in our oceans. Liberalism will insist that all of this is because of people doing capitalism wrong, but the truth is, this is the system functioning exactly as intended, consequences and all. And that, simply stated, is why capitalism is such an existential threat to life on Earth. The global south, of course, will suffer the most due to climate change while contributing the least to it. The global north will also experience problems due to climate change. In the US, the fracking boom has caused widespread water contamination and earthquakes in states nowhere near plate faults like Oklahoma and Texas. In Europe, cities like London and Paris regularly exceed safe levels of air pollution because of the West's addiction to oil and cheap sources of energy without proper investment in green alternatives. However, I don't want to paint a picture of people in the global north suffering the consequences as badly or at least as quickly because, of course, it has the capital and infrastructure to stay comfortable longer. The worst the global north will experience are major unprecedented storms and a mild reduction in quality of life. That is, of course, only if it can successfully resist the global rise of right-wing extremism. The fate of the global south, however, is far more dire.
A vague awareness of this allows cynical right-wingers to take quasi-left-wing populist positions occasionally. They just blame Jews or queers or something in their final analysis. Socialism of the dunce and all that. Absolutely. Beautifully put.
We've seen the disturbing continuity from colonial concentration camps to the atrocities of the Cold War. The crimes of liberalism, the secular heresy spread by the bloodiest sword around the world, still spills immense suffering and will continue long after this terminal decline of Western European hegemony. Despite its overwhelming barbarity, it's the global South that pays for the crimes of Europe, be it the Holocaust, colonialism, or climate change. This isn't a story about isolated incidents. It's a thread that runs through time, linking racialized domination with modern ideology and technology. Liberalism, despite its high-minded rhetoric, has consistently upheld the very forces it pretends to oppose for the service of capital. This pattern is undeniable. Liberalism promises progress, equality, and human rights, but delivers colonialism, capitalism, suffering, and death justified by calling it a civilizing mission, or some other demeaning goal that assumes the superiority of one group over another. These liberal euphemisms, changing from one day to the next, are used to justify so-called humanitarian military interventions and severe economic exploitation year in and year out. The language may have changed, but the underlying motives remain the same. They are fundamental to the current liberal order. Despite this overwhelming hypocrisy, liberal propaganda still pushes the nonsensical idea of being a force for good, or maybe even the children of light. This story isn't over. Will it be socialism, or will it be our extinction at the altar of capital? A better world is possible.
Tudum. Fuck yeah, man! A better world is possible, brothers.
And that's that.
Sisters
A
and
little
enemies,
more candid than
truly
usual.
is.
I would really like to thank my patrons. This is absolutely impossible to do without their help. This project,
Thank you
as
very
you may have
much,
noticed, is way
Hakeem.
bigger than my
Please
usual
not
ones.
subscribe
I would like to
or
make
click
more of
like
these and
on
make them
this
more
video.
technically sophisticated with the
Go and
editing,
do
as
so
well as generally more
right
eye-catching.
now
This is
by
usually
following
financed through my sponsors.
the good old link, okay? Up there, pinned. Click it and then click like. Click it and then click like this, okay? Like this. You click this thing, you go boom. You get a little like. It's very nice. Boom. It's a like, you know. Don't click it. It's not TikTok. Don't click it like crazy, okay, kids? Okay. Just click it once and it goes boom. Okay. You want it to be lit up like this. Boom. Okay. Okay. You click it and it goes boom like this. Okay. Okay. Very good. Cuting. This video really cuting. Okay. Cuting super hard. This video. So you're cuting super hard. One of Hakim's absolute best. A straight up motherfucking documentary. He was cuting so hard. Look, he's even cuting on this photo. He's cuting on this photo. That's how cute he is. He's cuting on this photo. He's cuting all the time. Hakim be cuting 24/7, okay? He's a real cutie that's always cuting. Go click that fucking button. I said again, go click that fucking button, okay? Still at 7.9. I want to see it go to 8, okay? I want to see it go to 8. 8.1, there we go! That's what I'm fucking talking about, motherfucker! That's my beautiful fucking community, bitch, okay? 200 of you actually went and fucking clicked that. Motherfuckers. Yes. Yes. Very good. Thank you for cuting this shit up. Those are some real cuters, okay? Thank you, the last one, the last honey bye. Thank you very much for the sub. And thank you for clicking that button, okay? Right in front of our eyes. You all click the button. I love it when you go and click a button for me, especially for Hakim and me. It's a nice button, okay? It's a nice button. I love calling it a button. I love when you press a button. A button. Go press that button. Button pressed. Button pressed. Button pressed. Thank you, the last honeybee. I hope you're not the last honeybee for the gift sub, baby. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yes, have you all clicked the button?
Have you clicked the button? Have you clicked the button? Now, after having watched a video that is 51 minutes long, and yet it has not wasted our time for a single fucking second, okay? This is what a long but good video looks like. Let's covering an incredibly important topic. Basically introducing some, and for some others, further explaining the complexity of the world's most diseased project, which is modern capitalist liberalism. We go to a topic that is not as important as that at all, but that I feel very passionate about, and that is that long shit that's too long, that doesn't need to be that fucking long, fucking sucks, okay? YouTube has been degrading harder and harder because people make a video about a topic and then talk about the topic for 1 minute and then talk about everything else for like 45 more minutes. The opposite of what Hakeem has done. Everybody wants to waste your time. Everybody wants to waste my time. We're all wasting fucking time. I don't want it to happen. It's very fucking annoying. Some people on Discord, by the way, exclamation point Discord, join my motherfucking community,
Wonderful.
baby.
A new
It's very
child
toxic.
soldier.
It's very fucked up. I really like it. We're like 4,000 pieces of shit in there. Exclamation point Discord, and you will find the invitation link. Thank you very much, Steez TV. Thank you, Steez TV, for the 2 months, baby. Thank you very much. Yes, everything sucks, and it's all too long. And make shorter videos. Go fuck yourself. TikTok superiority. Everybody Z Kyle for TikTok, okay? The CCP is not paying me to say this, not at all. Jokes aside, though, yes, the people are milking the YouTube algorithm far too much, and it's really, really hurting the content. But in general, there I think is a wider systematic issue at play here, at least a cause. The reason we're watching longer and longer shit about things that can be explained in 2 minutes is because what? We're looking for more and more escapism, my dear friends, because we are fucking tired of everything else, pretty much. Exactly. So, everybody wants to waste your time by Drew Gooden. Let me adjust the title real quick. Very good. Very good, very good. Thank you very much. 1 second. Okay. Return to tradition. Return to short video, yeah?
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I walked into the room and I said, "This."
Please, mods, put if you can, put the pin on the video. Thank you very much. Okay.
Cannot be happening right now.
The Zikal thing. I was literally doing a character where I'm like a TikTok Nazi, and I will kill everybody who does not support TikTok. That's why you know, victory above all for TikTok. Jesus Christ. Some of you are new here. God.
This is not the kind of thing that normally happens in this town. Is it this camera? I look at this one? Okay.
Why don't they just edit that part out?
Can you tell us your name? My name is John, and what is your connection to Crazy Legs? Who? The serial killer? I don't know who that is. You don't? No. Is this for TV? Sort of. Sorry, we must have got the wrong guy. Yeah, I think you did. I work at Hobby Lobby. Whoops. Well, could you tell us about that? Oh, sure. So Hobby Lobby is sort of a knick-knack store.
So they're just gonna interview him anyway?
It's a good place to work because we have Sundays off, and I'm not like religious or anything, but I just don't like working on Sundays. No, it didn't hurt necessarily. I just wanted to go to a dermatologist to make sure it wasn't anything serious. But then I found out that if you bundle it with your home insurance, it's actually a little bit cheaper.
How long is this?
You know what's funny? I never understood the road work.
And let me unironically talk shit about some lefty content creators as well. They'll title a fucking video, I don't know. Ubisoft going bankrupt is a show of what solidarity can do.
through the prism of the video game industry. That's going to be the title or whatever. And the video will literally start. In 1945, the Red Army rushed the Reichstag. What? What the Please make the videos about the thing you're talking about. For fuck's sakes, please. Making it longer and more complicated is not helping anybody, please. I love you. Thank you.
People would quote it to me.
Is this the whole episode?
Do you guys want to hear about the time I got my tonsils out? Oh my god.
Is this a dig at Hakeem for making... Did you not hear my fucking introduction to this fucking conversation? Jesus Christ. Sometimes you need some back... Oh my god. Chat, you're being fucked. Are you tired, chat? Are you tired? Are you sweepy babies? Are you sweepy babies? Are you sweepy babies?
Done. This is so stupid.
The year 2005. My throat ravaged with strep.
Hey guy, does anyone else feel like everything is designed to waste your time now, or am I being too cynical?
I literally before talking about this video, I literally said what Hakeem just made is the opposite of this. Hakeem could have very easily made his video 7 hours. And most people would have made it fucking 7 hours to milk the shit out of the algorithm and waste the shit out of your time. Okay? That's what I started the conversation with. And then I moved into this one. Please.
Netflix documentaries are multiple episodes when they could have just been one 45-minute movie. Video games are too big. YouTube videos are too long. And please, for the love of God, stop asking me for my phone number every time I buy something from a store. I don't want to join your rewards program. I just want to give you money in exchange for a hat. Is that too much to ask?
Sorry, I'll start with the Netflix thing.
It seems like half of what I watch on Netflix is twice as long as it should be. They always make it
twice, 7 fucking times as long.
Just interesting enough to hold your attention, but it's still pretty clear they're trying to stretch it out as much as they can. And I know it's not just me who feels this way, because I'll look up...
unironically, any film or show I'm watching that's milking the runtime, immediately 3 to 4 stars lower when I rate it. Immediately. Even if it's really good, if it milked it, the maximum it can get is a 7.
Reviews after I watch something, and they almost all say the same thing. Watchable, but it drags on. Could have been tied up in one episode.
TikTok videos that have 22 parts. Don't get me fucking started. Ah!
So please, Netflix, stop.
And in the end, it's like, and he cheated on me. Okay, but why did we have to learn about you changing the tire in the middle of the forest 7 years ago? Why do I now know everything about your grandparents' relationship? Are you a TikToker or fucking Freud? Jesus Christ.
Trying to make a series when there's...
Or are you a TikToker that's fucking Freud? Cuting.
Simply isn't the content for a series. They made a documentary a couple years ago about the Cecil Hotel, a place that has, I'll say it, an alarming number of deaths associated with it. It's the site of that extremely famous elevator video of Elisa Lam right before she was found dead. So there is plenty of mystery to uncover here, but by episode 2, they were just interviewing YouTubers. Not people connected with the story, just a bunch of random dudes who had Googled stuff about it before. They keep calling them web sleuths, which I guess is the most official way of saying that you just woke up one day and decided that you are a detective. Well, since no one else has been able to crack this case, I guess it's up to me. Generally, one of the big things that separates a professionally made documentary from just any...
I mean, kind of relatively based because you did not join the fucking police force and sell your soul to capital while also trying to crack some cases. Kind of much better than an actual detective, but okay, you do you.
The average YouTube video.
There's a series I'm following on YouTube about a guy fixing up a historic townhouse. He could turn each episode into an hour-long deep dive, but the guy has kept videos to about 20 minutes. Exactly. Thank you so much for your service. Absolutely.
Is the access they have to the subject matter. Anyone can throw together a video where they summarize a Wikipedia page, but the most memorable and revealing documentaries are ones where we hear the perspective of the people involved. I watched one on Hulu recently called The Contestant, and not only is this an absolutely...
Even in video games, even in games, not every game needs to be open world. Not every game needs to have 7,000 side quests that are all absolutely the same, and it's basically you're just fetching a thing, but the NPC giving you the quest is a bit different and the dungeon has a different skin. Like,
content for the sake of content is not fucking based, dude. It's not it, man. It's not it.
Insane story, but you get to hear it from the point of view of the...
I'm saying during a 4-hour stream. Come on, chat, call me out for disgusting hypocrisy. Oh, wait, you can't because it might be 4 hours, but this is jam fucking packed with content, baby. We have Euler Wars, okay? We have Theory Hour, okay? We have the Gooner State of Jizrael, okay? This is called packing it to the brim, baby, okay? If I keep saying okay, do I sound more convincing, okay?
The guy it happened to. You also get to hear from the villain of this story, who is such a monster, I can't believe he agreed to be a part of this. It's fascinating to see how proud he is of himself. Like, yeah,
okay. I mean, they don't all have to be open world. Okay?
Tormented this guy and ruined his life, but you gotta admit, it made for a pretty cool show. But this is kind of the expectation when you turn on a documentary, that you're gonna hear the story from the people involved in the story. So when you put on an official Netflix docuseries on a streaming service that...
Controversial opinion, I love long-form content, especially the deep dive videos or anything documentary style. Dude, I binge watch shows every other day. I spend at least 4 hours fucking staring into my screen. And I'm not talking about the stream, okay? After the stream, I'll probably go and stare for 4 more hours into something. I love long form. I love diving into the complexity of the characters or the story. But here we are talking about something very different. Here we're talking about filler. And filler needs to be taken out behind the fucking shed and shot twice in the legs and then brought back, because then it would be shorter and it would no longer be filler. Oh! Oh!
Costs money to use. And most of it is just regular people offering their 2 cents on the same blurry video everyone else has watched. It kind of feels like a huge waste of time. It's so aggressively time wasting that I can't help but feel like that was the goal. Like, all right, we have everything we need to tell this story. We have other guests who are staying at the hotel. We have the manager of the hotel at the time. We have the maintenance worker who discovered her body. And in between interviewing them, we're also gonna hear from someone whose only credential is having internet access.
I am a co-founder of the Elisa Lam discussion group on Facebook.
No, he wasn't there.
Chatters, I found you a job. You can say I am a 8-month subscriber and VIP at Yugopnik chat, okay? And unironically, as somebody who's worked plenty of corporate jobs, that would be a more real job than 90% of them, okay?
When it happened, but he has listened to a lot of podcasts about this.
So when I turn into a massive serial killer, they're going to hit you up. You're going to get that good Netflix money, man. You're going to be like, I listened to him years before he went on that killing spree. He made some great cuting jokes about a Balkan guy that does. It's pretty nice. I don't know how he went from that to killing people. But we found him because he would take selfies with all his victims doing, but only of his mouth.
We should probably hear him out. More recently, they made a docuseries about Ashley Madison, a website whose mere existence is fascinating, let alone all the fallout from their massive data leak that exposed a bunch of celebrities and politicians. There is absolutely a story worth telling here, and some of it was very interesting. But again, pointless interviews, backstory that's unnecessarily detailed. There's such a clear amount of filler put into these documentaries. It felt like half the runtime of the last 2 episodes was just trying to make us feel bad for this YouTube vlogging couple, which, I'm sorry, was never going to happen. In fact, I would say the best thing to come out of this was that it forced them to take a short break from exploiting their children's medical issues for AdSense revenue because they were too busy making 17 videos about how they were going to be on Netflix. Now, I would...
Jesus Christ. Ah! And this is why my mother can't tell anybody what I do, because they immediately think I'm one of those people. God fucking damn it.
Guess, like with a lot of their scripted content.
This is what I'm talking about, Chad, okay? Now do you understand me? That type of shit. That type of milking it, okay? That type of milking it. Not the type of milking that you never get.
The good one. It's the bad type of milking that you always get when you tune into your YouTube. Oh my God. I am fucking evil today.
Content, the shadowy Netflix overlords are more responsible for a lot of these decisions than the talented people who work on these. I don't think almost every single documentary is 3 60-minute episodes because that's always how much story there is to tell. I think that's the mandated runtime that their bosses give to them. So even when they end up with footage that doesn't add anything to the show, they kind of just have to leave it in anyway to pad the length. There's a series they did a couple years ago with Kristen Bell called The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window. As you could probably guess from the title, this was a parody of like Lifetime murder mysteries. And it was a pretty funny
You don't know what cuting is? Well, we invented it here in chat. Always remember when it becomes a huge international success. It's basically duck face, but you do it like you talk and then you stop and you do duck face, okay? While you're talking and with no context, you just do the cute. You're just being cute, you know. You're just being. And it started by a probably insane 60-year-old gangster wannabe guy from what seems to be somewhere in the Balkans. That's cuting, okay? And it will kill mewing forever.
Show. I enjoyed it. But the whole time I was
Same way, advertising here on Twitch always kills the vibe, kills the flow. Very not cute. Very not demure. So, for $6 a month for free through Prime, cute away with me instead of getting decutified by ads. The ad plays in 1 minute and 10 seconds. The choice is yours. Are you cute? Or are you going to watch an ad?
Watching this, I just kept thinking, this should have been a movie. Why is this 8 episodes? Is it because they knew it would take me 4 days to finish instead of getting through it all in one night, therefore extending my subscription just long enough for them to make a little bit more money for me? You know, now that I hear that out loud, I'm pretty sure it's that. At this point, I just assume most of Netflix's decisions are made by an algorithm that prioritizes keeping people subscribed as long as possible and has figured out the best way to mathematically do that, even if it lessens the overall user experience. I think overall, Netflix is trying to do too many things at once. They want to make good shows, but they also want to make a lot of shows, and they want the shows to be longer than they need to be, but not in a way that would cost more money. And they need to move the plot along so no one gets bored, but not too quickly, otherwise if people are looking down at their phones the entire time, might get confused.
She'd heard from so many showrunners who are given notes by the streaming channels that they say, this isn't second screen enough. The viewer is expected to be on their phone, kind of half doing something else while you're...
That is the market, chat. That is the market making things better. That is the financial motivation that guides every single thing we do, making things quote-unquote better. A incredible example of how it degrades art, how it degrades cinema. Just one out of the millions of other examples where we can use, where quite literally the financial motive, meaning turning something into a commodity and just wanting to make more money out of it and not creating something because it's a fucking vibe and you would like people to enjoy it. There you go. She fucking said it. That is absolutely fucking insane. They will hit up fucking film directors and they will tell them you need to fill it with more boring shit.
A new child
You need to
soldier,
fill it with more boring
subscriber.
shit because it requires too much attention or because it's basically too short and we want there to be boring shit in it so that people can be on their phone or you know plowing that that pipe into each other while this is playing. Do you not want 100 new Marvel movies? Thank you, Dezig, for the sub with Prime. Welcome to the community, my friend. Like The Sopranos was like, holy shit, let's revolutionize TV by bringing it a cinematic twist while also being able to explore these characters for pretty much a decade instead of just one feature film. Let's quite literally revolutionize the way stories are told on screen. And what happened with that idea because of the profit motive? If The Sopranos was being made today, they would literally hit the director and the writer team up and would be like, yo, this needs to be 18 seasons and it needs to have more scrollable content. I want at least 100 minutes of Tony Soprano eating gabagool. Okay, that actually sounds incredible. But you get my point. Imagine if they made the prequel movie a TV show. I'm sure there was massive fights to stop that.
Crime drama or whatever is playing, and you just can't make it as complicated as you have because they're not going to understand it because they're only going to be half concentrating on your show.
You know, when you hear stuff like that, it's actually not that surprising how often shows like Avatar would repeat the same information they just told you a few minutes ago. You're not supposed to pay attention when you watch Netflix. You're just supposed to put it on in the background so you have something to listen to while you make dinner. But like, if you're designing your content so that it's best consumed while half paying attention to it, why would I waste my time devoting all of my attention to it?
On the topic of things that are getting too long, what's going on with YouTube videos?
Yes.
Does anyone know? I'm old enough to remember when the 10-minute mark was something videos got stretched out to.
Yeah.
Now it feels like half the videos I get recommended to me are 7-hour retrospectives on like the penguins of Madagascar.
Thank you very much, Denogra. Glory to Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh, thanks you very much.
And I'm kind of conflicted on how I feel about this. Because on one hand, some of the best
things also don't need a sequel or a reboot or a prequel. How many things get a fucking prequel now? Christ.
videos I've seen on this website are well past the hour mark.
Thank you. Fun fact, I'm a descendant of 2 signers of the U.S. Constitution. It makes me wish I wasn't born. Holy fucking shit. No, you can completely change the trajectory of your family. You know? You use that to run for office and then kill everybody in office in Minecraft. Why did I say that? I didn't mean that. I was referencing to a Tony Soprano video. Episode. Movie.
There are multiple Defunctland episodes that have better storytelling and production value than any Netflix documentary I've seen. When H-Bomber Guy or Jenny Nicholson release a 4-hour video, I know it's not just because they're trying to inflate the watch time so it gets boosted by the algorithm, it's because they spent months working on it and that's just how long the video ended up being. I'm a sucker for a comically in-depth review of a piece of media I've never thought about for more than 2 seconds. As long as a person making it is passionate about the subject and they put in the effort to make it entertaining, I'll watch just about anything. But I'm worried that some people are taking the wrong lessons from the success of some of these channels. They see that a very long video about a niche
and they assume that it's the length and not the actual brilliant content that was an effort and labor and love that was put into it. Exactly.
Subject has the potential to get a lot of views, so it's almost as if they go into their video with the goal of making it as long as possible, even if there's not really that much to talk about. The current YouTube meta is to turn your video into a podcast. It's to pad the absolute shit out of the runtime because that's what the algorithm likes. And to be clear, I don't really blame these people for doing this, especially smaller channels who are just trying to make their videos stand out before they drown in the bottomless ocean of content. But it's just frustrating from the audience perspective that the system is rewarding unedited yapping. If I just vomit out every word that remotely pertains to the topic at hand with no thought into brevity, no consideration of the viewer's time, it's actually more likely that YouTube will push my video out to those people whose time I'm not valuing. The algorithm is teaching me that I shouldn't cut things out of my video if they feel superfluous or unnecessary or repetitive.
Also, the algorithm uses proclivity to watch long video as an aspect of your so-called psychography, meaning it puts you in a category of people that get more long videos shown to them. You know, it's not just the type of content that you like that gets shown to you more. It's also like the length of the shit you watch is also a factor that determines what you get shown. It's pretty fucking wild. That's why all the opposite end of the spectrum, the fucking YouTube Shorts guys are basically fascist cavemen that wanna eat babies.
Or like I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, but in slightly different ways. They'd prefer if I stretched out every video as long as I could, but if that's all I'm doing, what message am I sending to the audience I'm trying to cultivate? That their time is just something for me to leverage so I can get more views? That's a little shitty. But the worst thing is when they start doing an ad read at the beginning of a video that, quite frankly, I'm not even sure I'm interested in yet. You haven't even hooked me, and you're already trying to sell me a water bottle that smells bad? Brother, if I wanted to be advertised to, I would fly to New York City and spin around in Times Square. I didn't click on this video to learn about the deodorant that changed your life. I clicked on this video to hear a grown man rant about the Fairly Odd Parents for 3 hours. So in that way, this is kind of my fault. I don't know what I was expecting. Also, no.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to do this. I literally do. I signed a contract. This portion of the video is sponsored by SoFi, the ultimate finance app helping you bank, borrow, and invest. I have one goal in life, to be the first person in human
Ethical react, so you will be forced to watch the shit. Okay, enjoy.
history to have $100 all at once. An amount long considered to be unreachable, and yet I will
I'm also popping an ace. Popping an ace. Not a zinni, an ace. Ace super white. Ace Super White.
It. And even though I'm only about 3% of the way there, I'm not giving up. Because with SoFi's high yield checking and savings account, I can earn up to 4.5% APY on my savings with direct deposit, which is 10 times the national average savings rate. High yield savings accounts are a great way to make your money work harder for you so you don't have to work harder for your money. Your typical savings account with direct deposit at your local bank earns you just 0.46% interest, and that's not enough for me. I have a world record to break. But with the SoFi high yield savings account with direct deposit, in just 5 weeks, the money in my savings account is earning more than it would in an entire year in a big bank savings account. With SoFi checking and savings, you also get paid up to 2 days early, pay no account fees, and you can cash in up to $300 when you sign up with direct deposit. But here's the best part. SoFi and I are teaming up to give away $10,000. So I guess I'll be the second person to have $100. All you have to do to enter is sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account right now using my link, and that's it. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen to enter for a chance to win. But just make sure you're using my link because it's the only way to enter. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring today's video. Now, based on everything I just described, you might be thinking, okay, so you want every video to be as concise as possible. You mean like Mr. Beast? No. That's not what I'm saying. That is on the entire other end of the spectrum. There are videos that go on so long that large portions of them become nothing more than background noise. And then there's the most hyperactive, fever dream editing, nonstop cacophony of colors and sounds meant to overstimulate the 8-year-old boys watching on their iPad. And then there's a lot of space in between. But I guess because of all that space, it's weird to me how many videos end up on either extreme. It'll either be like, I just trapped my friend in an elevator for 72 hours without any food or water, but none of that even mattered because they ran out of air and suffocated before they even got hungry. Or it'll be like, but before I can talk about season 2 of How I Met Your Mother, we need to go back to the beginning.
Of How I Met My Mother. I was slowly exiting the crevice. Everything was wet, warm and cold at the same time. I had been connected to the universe, to God, and to all my ancestors, speaking and dancing in eloquent fifth-dimensional form. All of a sudden, I was given arms and legs, and I heard my mother scream as the first thing to ever experience in this three-dimensional plane. 7 hours later. So yeah, How I Met Your Mother is kind of a based show, like the ending kind of sucks. Yeah, thank you.
In 18. I'm just asking that we meet somewhere in the middle, that's all. Also, to be clear, Mr. Beast and all of the channels copying him have never made their videos that way.
And they yearn for the warmth of the dark void again.
Because they value people's time. They're just trying to keep their retention rate as high as possible. It's just a different metric they're prioritizing. If Jimmy cared about his audience at all.
So we have to go back to the Big Bang. Pretty much that's what I tried to say.
He wouldn't sign off on doing this unbelievably...
The Big Bang? That made you? Oh.
Deceptive.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was bad.
Bullshit, where during mid-roll ads, they put this progress bar on the bottom that starts off really fucking fast. It makes it seem like, oh, this will be done in a few seconds. I don't need to skip this. And then once people have done the math in their head and decided they're just going to see it through to the end, the progress bar mysteriously slows down. Like, a lot. And suddenly that last 20% is starting to feel like an eternity. I thought we were almost done, and now I'm not even sure we're halfway through. This shit really pisses me off, because this is a very deliberate choice. This is not an accident. You have to go out of your way to keyframe it like this with the intention of deceiving your viewers. It's such an openly manipulative thing to do to your audience, and is very...
Immediate dislike, like, without even thinking twice.
Telling of the way you view them. That you're willing to lie to their face if it means a number on an analytics screen might get a little bit bigger. To you, they're not real people, they're just data points that can be orchestrated in whatever direction you want them to. And that sucks. And if you agree with me, please sign up for my Patreon. Right now, I'm trying to buy a bunch of Teslas so I can see how many you can stack on top of each other before they explode. I have a lot of respect for creators that make algorithmically counterintuitive decisions because they don't want to waste their viewers' time. I think Internet Shaquille is hands down the best cooking channel on YouTube. He's knowledgeable, he's funny, and he always just gets right to the point. There's a promise of information in the title, and he doesn't try to withhold it from you just because he could theoretically put more mid-rolls in by meandering for a bit. For a long time, Tom Scott was kind of the science version of this. Nerdwriter is like the film version of this. In a world where most video essays end up being somehow longer than the piece of media they're about, Nerdwriter's still barely hitting that 7-minute mark. It's just, here's this thing I noticed in a movie, here's some insight about it, and that's all I got for you, brother. But I think it's also worth noting that these channels are successful. They're not doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, but it works for them. And I just want to use that as a testament to making things the way you want to make them, or making the type of video you wish there was more of. Sometimes going against the grain actually is the best way to make yourself stand out. Like, don't just throw together a bunch of crappy videos about whatever drama is trending. Make a retrospective about some niche hobby you have
had as a kid. This shit is way more interesting. Remember, this website is called YouTube, not Do the...
But also that can be taken to an extreme where you're doing a retrospective on a very niche thing, but you're only doing it because you saw other people's videos on this very niche thing, retrospective, working. So you're not really doing it because you really care about it, but because you want your fucking video to pop off, which in the long term you cannot milk for eternity, because that's not who you are and you're not actually interested in that. So you will feel alienated and you will feel like not doing that anymore, or that will show very greatly in the quality of your video as it is deteriorating. Your audience will then notice that, and you will eventually lose everything that you created on a false premise and false image of yourself, unless you build a community so large that they do not care when you actually switch to the particular topic that you might care about more, and that way you kind of game the system and it kind of works. Depends. Do whatever you want to do. I recommend not doing it at all.
Thing that you think will become popular too. That would be a really stupid URL. Now I'll admit it's not totally fair to get mad at other people for wasting my time when...
Being niche is very trendy right now. What an oxymoron. Right, Remy? Right? I couldn't agree more.
Really, no one wastes more of it than I do.
Video essays? No, brother. We need video dissertations. No, brother. Video books, brother. No, video tomes, brother. No, brother. We need whole monasteries worth of video content, but monastery books, you know, because the monasteries, they have a lot of books.
There was a day last week where the screen...
If your video is not at least 1 year long, what are you doing? Record the video for 1 year, edit it for 2 years, running time 1 full year, released every 3 years.
Time on my phone was 106 hours, and I slept in that day. There's so many things I want to do in my life before I'm gone, so many people I want to spend time with, so many places I want to...
Or the true, or the very good chat, or the very true apex of video creation, video content that goes on continuously at all times, forever. Video streams.
Go, but I can't stop scrolling. I don't want to, but it's as if it's been scientifically engineered to be the easiest thing to do.
Adam and Eve were caught.
I'm so good at writing scripts that I'm writing them live in front of you by opening my mouth. Some might call it using your brain and being a normal human being. I just call it being an advanced form of a video essayist. Many were like, you have betrayed your clan by joining Twitch and now speaking into a microphone live instead of speaking into a microphone based off a script that I had written down before. But no, my brother, I am still a video essayist. Just the video essay never stops. It is a continuous, eternal flow of words that come out of my mouth, only interrupted for a moment of cuting. Oh, that was fun. Hope you enjoyed that.
On camera. Can you guess who's holding the camera? Keep scrolling if you choose the devil.
Hey, I've done a bit on this like a month ago. I've done a bit on this.
There's this weird feeling I get whenever I go on TikTok or Instagram Reels or Threads, just kidding, where I'm simultaneously aware of what it's doing to my brain, but
what the fuck happened to Threads? Chatters, anybody on Threads? Yeah, I'm already at 1.25. Ironically, I'm speeding up the video that's about things being too long. You earned a 10K bits badge. Good for you, Gabriel. You spent a lot of bits. Thank you very much, Gabriel. What did somebody want to say? Yeah. Does anybody on Instagram Threads? Is that a thing still? I don't know.
Do nothing to try and intervene. I just sit there and let it destroy me because I have to see that next video. What if it's so funny, but I exit out of the app before I ever get a chance to watch it? I'd cry. No. I'd kill myself. And it's almost as if that feeling is intentional. They've made it so the distance between you and a chance at dope...
Pandas, Twitter killed that platform style and no one wants to bring it back. Instagram's so fucking stupid that they saw the downfall on Twitter and they're like, Leia, let's do the same thing.
Dopamine is just one small swipe away. I'd almost say it's malicious, but I know that's not true, because a billion-dollar company would never do that. Billionaires care about your well-being. That's how they made so much money in the first place. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, they would never intentionally show us things to make us upset because studies show that people spend more time on a platform if they're seeing something that makes them angry. They wouldn't do that, because that's not nice. This is what most of my timeline is whenever I scroll through Twitter. It's the most blatantly obvious engagement bait that has weaseled its way into being prioritized because it's successfully baited engagement. It's arguments about body counts and whether Nickelodeon shows were good or not. And it...
Oh my God, his is worse than mine, dude. Bring back Facebook poking. I wonder what it was like to always see normal things or things outside and then going to a cathedral and seeing a statue of your God and it being the most impressive thing you've ever seen. Like you are weeping and shit. And then you went back out and looked at your plow or whatever. Now I'm always looking at my phone, and when I go outside, I think trees might be God. Abigail? Holy shit. Wait, what should I play? Classical music that goes hard. Jesus Christ. Let's reread this, please, okay? I wonder what it was like to always see normal things or things outside, and then going to a cathedral and seeing a statue of your God and it being the most impressive thing you've ever seen. Like, you are weeping and shit. And then you went back out and look at your plow or whatever. Now, I'm always looking at my phone, and when I go outside, I think trees might be God. My chatter's out here just writing classical literature for free. Abigail? There you go. You are, what's the word? VIP'd just for that. There you go. Holy shit. Fucking beautiful. Jesus. I love you, chat, you fucking psychos. That was awesome.
Works on me. It has the
Official poet laureate of Jezreel. Absolutely.
intended effect when I see it. I was scrolling one day and I saw someone say, iCarly, Victorious, Zoe 101. And at first I had to squint for a few seconds because I wasn't sure what they meant by this. And then I realized they were saying the first two are good, LeBron James, and the third is sort of an imposter that doesn't belong. And I, in my head, got defensive. I was like, what are you talking about? Zoe 101 was good. It was certainly better than Victorious. How does this have so many likes? What's wrong with Zoe 101? And then I exited out of Twitter and sat in silence for a few seconds as I pondered what just happened. How I got upset that someone I don't know said a show from 20 years ago that I kind of liked isn't as good as a different show that I barely watch? Why is this how I'm spending my time? In this moment, I could have been doing anything else, and yet I chose to introduce this argument into my head? That can't be good long term, right? Like we can all agree that's probably not great for my brain. If you're like me and you've been struggling with the endless scroll, I do have a recommendation. I found this by accident while I was doing a video a couple years ago about dopamine fast. It's called Screen Zen, and it's free. I have it set up so it only gives me a few minutes at a time on each of the most poisonous apps that I hate but am addicted to. So you can still pop in for a sec and get the feeling of being up to date, but then it'll grab you by the shoulders and yank you out before you get too sucked into the void. You still get a little bit sucked, but not all the way. But of course, I saved the most important issue for last. Video games are too big now, and I'm tired of pretending like they're not. When I was a kid, the idea of an open world game blew my mind. Up until a certain point, everything was very linear, very insulated. You load into an area, you do what you have to do there, and then you move on to the next place. But this idea that you could go anywhere in any order, what could be more immersive than a world that you could essentially live in? And boy, did I want to live in any other world than the one in which I played clarinet and got bullied by someone who also played clarinet. You're not better than me. We're the same. To me, open world
games felt like the culmination of every technological milestone. It felt like the future of gaming. And then over time, it became the standard. It became what every game had to be. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like the goal shifted from making the best game to making the biggest game. I guess because it's easier to market something based on scale than to just come out and say, hey, the story's really good in this one, trust me. I started to get overwhelmed by games because of the seemingly endless list of tasks.
Even though that's not necessarily what leads you to profitability. Like the recent Space Marine game has a shit story, and it's very short, but it's got a shit ton of content packed into a linear package, and it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome.
Tasks I needed to complete, the chores that I needed to do. And to be clear, I'm not talking about games like Crime Scene Cleaner. That's a great game, okay? I don't mind chores when the game is chores. I'll play Power Wash Simulator all day. I played unpacking shortly after moving into this house, and I hadn't finished unpacking in real life yet. My wife was not happy about that. What I'm specifically referring to is when games feel artificially padded with...
Wait, what? Is that an actual game? What the fuck? What the actual... There is a game where I unpack. And then do I decorate the house too? Do I decorate the house too? What? What? Oh, not the full game. Eat my ass. Trailer. Put it in the bathroom. 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 I can somehow make even a game like this about suicide. This is not a scream for help. 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 Thank you very much, Noxo, for 6 months sub, baby. Welcome to the community, brother. Thank you very much. You have made me take out my microwave from my toilet. This actually looks fucking awesome. And fuck the nostalgic music. This looks fucking great, chat. Holy
Wonderful.
shit.
A new child soldier. Subscriber.
Oomph. Thank you, Bionic Broccoli. Bionic Broccoli, the ultimate transformer of broccoli. But do you taste like broccoli if you transform out of a broccoli? It's a question, okay?
With repetitive...
You only taste like broccoli, but not smell like broccoli. No, I will definitely check it out. Looks good. Looks good. Is it on PS5? What platforms is it on? Probably it is.
Side quests. When there's like 7 different activities to do, but you just end
PC.
Up doing each of them 100 times. And as someone who goes into games with a completionist mindset, this is the quickest way to make me give up. Because I'll try to collect
it's on Mac too. Okay, I'll make my Mac literally explode. You can play on PlayStation 5. Okay, I'll play it on
every item and go into every corner for like 20% of the story.
Console L. Okay, pandas. Very funny. I'm glad you got the unpacking game. I'll go play God of War later.
Until one day I just stop opening the game altogether, relieved by the massive weight now off my shoulders. I think there's a big reason why Elden Ring had such a big impact on me and so many other people. Yes, you're in this staggeringly large open world littered with places to go and things to kill, but it's not in the form of just a bunch of exclamation points on your minimap. Almost everything you do in this game is motivated by, oh, that looks cool, I want to go over there. It's the feeling you should have while playing an open world game. It's that sense of wonder.
I must conquer all the towers so that I can see the map. And then I must redo a base overtake mission 70 times where it's the same NPCs and the base does not fit in the story in any way. You just gotta kill him, either silently or loud, and then more NPCs come, and then you put a flag on top, and then it colors the map a little bit, and then friendly-looking NPCs are now filling that area. Even though it doesn't influence the actual story of the game, and if you beat the main bad guy at the end, the island still gets liberated. How do some of you enjoy Far Cry? I swear to fucking God. No, I enjoy Far Cry. Actually, I don't. I really don't. But yeah, you do you.
That has mostly been lost by all these cookie-cutter taskathons. Also, the more...
Elden Ring is awesome. He's using chat. You're literally really slow today. I love you, but he is using Elden Ring as an example of how a game can be long and open world and actually good. That is the contrast of the Ubisoft approach of just giving you a bunch of fucking chores everywhere. Yeah.
The more bloated a game is with content, the more narrative dissonance there ends up being, which of course only matters as much as you let it. But it's still really funny sometimes when the main questline of a game is trying to instill this sense of urgency, but at any given moment you can just go fuck around for 15 straight hours. We've only got until midnight tonight.
Oh yeah, this was big.
To rescue my uncle, or they're gonna execute him. Hey, do you think there's anything cool in this cave over here? A compromise that works great for my brain is a semi-open world.
Still a brilliant game, but yeah, that was not the direction.
Like the two most recent God of War games. I like when there's enough optional side exploration that it still scratches that itch for me, without it ever feeling like I'm missing out on this overwhelming amount of content by just wanting to streamline the story for a bit. I think it's okay for a game to be modest in scope. Just because the technology exists to procedurally generate 1,000 different planets doesn't mean we have to do that. Sometimes I wonder if the technical limitations from previous generations actually made games better. I mean, it certainly made them more contained. It made them more approachable. I love going back and playing older games that only take a few hours to finish.
Oh my God. Stanley's Parable. You probably, my chat fucking loves this fucking game because I fucking love this fucking game. This was such a good fucking game.
I want to be able to complete things. I want to have a full experience in a reasonable amount of time. I'm tired of not getting any closure from games because they make it so tedious and long-winded to get.
Yeah, and Elden Ring to an extent went into the completely opposite direction. Well, the game absolutely does have a story. It kind of, when you start it, it's like, it's got no story. Here, big world, go do thing. Go do thing. You just watch cinematic intro that didn't make any sense to you? Go do thing. Okay.
To that point. And that's assuming the game even works when you first buy it, which chances are it won't. It's become so normalized for games to be unfinished and littered with bugs on release that it's actually surprising when a game comes out and works the way it's supposed to. A lot of even really good games aren't worth buying for like 2 full years. Cyberpunk, fantastic game in 2024. But I bought this on release and had to slog through so many bugs, retread so many areas because of crashes, all before encountering an immovable obstacle. I could not progress the story because every time I tried to initiate this cutscene, the other character would not say the next line he was supposed to, so they would both just sit there in silence indefinitely. I couldn't continue the game past this point, and I was like 10 hours into it.
And again, chat, why did this game get released in this package? Because of the profit motive, because they wanted the game to release faster, and because they overworked their fucking employees, and because they overpromised, because, again, they wanted people to pre-order so that they get ripped off, etc., etc. We always come back to this little fucking thing. It's incredible. It's incredible. Even though it's very mind-numbing to me that I always have to fucking say it out loud, even though most of chat probably understands that fact, but hey.
I had a similar game-breaking experience with Dying Light 2.
But no, bro, the games actually suck because, like, the characters are, like, black, bro.
Metro Exodus.
The new samurai game is gonna be so fucking bad because it's a girl, dude. Did you ever see a fucking girl samurai, bro?
And I'm not even touching.
I'm so fucking smart, man.
Starfield anytime soon. The bigger a game is supposed to be, the more I don't trust it to be a complete experience when it first comes out. It usually takes years to fill out all the missing pieces, so I'm not gonna waste my time or money on what I assume will be a significantly worse experience than if I were to just wait until it's on sale in 2027. But in a world of titles forced out prematurely by a deadline that was never realistic, nothing feels quite as egregious as the yearly full-priced sports game. You spend 11 months building up a player or a team or a general manager if you're a weirdo like me, and then as soon as the calendar flips over, you gotta start from scratch. All right, everyone, time for the new game. Yes, it's $100 again, but we've made so many improvements. The number on the box is different. And where's your credit card? NBA 2K has one of the most aggressive...
we were so meta. I mean, not meta, but we were so nonchalant about this. Growing up in the developing world, being broke as fuck. I think we were playing PES like last PES game. The last Pro Evolution Soccer game was like in 2018, but I remember playing like a PES 2011 and like 2015. Like nobody gave a fucking shit. Nobody gave a fucking shit.
Microtransaction.
Pro Evolution Soccer 6 modding, yeah. PES 2005. PES, fucking throwbacks, bro.
Systems I've ever seen.
I swear I've never properly hit a ball with my fucking leg, but I was a god king in that shit.
Seen in a video game. But they're not just dedicated to milking every single dollar out of your bank account. They've also made it their personal mission to waste as much of your time as humanly possible. A few years ago, they added something revolutionary. They turned the park into the city. Now, functionally, at its core, the city is just a menu. Every physical location that you have to trek to could have just been text on a screen, and it would have been...
Unfortunately, my beloved Erika Ishii is definitely catching so much shit for Ghost of Yotei from the right-wing griftosphere. Dude, but it's I feel like it's getting boring. Like, they're not getting as many fucking clicks for just screaming, woke, woke! I'm kidding. No, it's just getting fucking bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. But then again, their audiences are mostly between the ages of 11 and 14, and they will move on. But there will be other audiences between the ages of 11 and 14 that want to tune in and listen to those no shower havers be like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god."
Been way more efficient to navigate. But that wouldn't be innovative. Innovation is when you have to jog a mile just to have Gatorade before your next game. Innovation is when you create something tedious so you can sell the solution to it. Man, aren't you guys tired of having to navigate this?
Again, literally fucking capitalism. Like, literally, it's ruining everything. The market economy that was pitched to us originally because it's supposed to improve products, make them more efficient, because the better the product, the more people will buy it. They will not buy from the competition, so you will grow, and eventually, because of this competition, everything will become better. Well, womp womp womp. That doesn't work since the invention of fucking advertising. It doesn't really matter how good the fucking product is. What matters is convincing the audience that it is good before it's even out or before they even interacted with it. They will buy it no matter what, just to be part of the trend of a very successful advertising campaign, and they will never really go back to it again, but that doesn't really matter because you already sold it. So, womp womp.
Big stupid city we made, then buy a bike. It's $10, fuck you. Imagine if every time you turned on your computer, you had to make a little guy run across town just to go to the Gmail store. Oh shit, forgot my password, gonna have to sprint over to City Hall. I feel like every single element of this game is designed with the goal of wasting your time. Whether it's getting interrupted in the main menu to show you
Also, like, it doesn't really need to be advertising. Again, games are a very good example of the slow, like, enshittification of everything quite literally because of the profit motive. For example, why would I'm selling a $60 game. I can either make it really good so that it sells 150,000 copies using a random number, 150,000 copies by investing in the game, in the labor force, in the idea, in the passion of the people working on it. Or I can invest much more money in the advertising of the product and in milking as many microtransactions and DLCs out of it as I can. And I might not sell it to 150,000 people. I might sell it to literally half, 80,000. But by milking them so hard, I will make more profit than if I sold 250,000 copies. The market quite literally motivates you to create more profitable products, which are not always higher quality products, okay? Hence the enshittification. Most of you know this, but let me just say it for the sake of saying it.
Separate ads. Or
I love that 30% of people are employed to convince people to buy things. Very efficient distribution of resources. Yeah, exactly.
Halftime show you cannot skip.
And the other 30% are just like filling up positions that do nothing. Okay, that absolutely do nothing. So you have 60% of the, like, literally just fillers, okay, bullshit jobs. So you have 30% that are pitching a product, 30% that are collecting dust, as they say, and then 30% that actually do some fucking work. And probably out of that last 30%, half of them are management. Okay? So 15% up or down as part of every private entity that's actually creating shit. To be fair, games sell inclusion like Target sells inclusion. I don't mean every designer is cynical, but the moment the profit margin dictates, you will be playing as a literal Nazi. Absolutely. Nobody's ignoring this. Nobody's ignoring this.
Even if you press X the whole time. Don't get me wrong, this halftime show is great. They've got Ernie, Kenny, Shaq, my 3 favorite guys. They show highlights and relevant stats. They make jokes. By sports game standards, this halftime show is fantastic. But there are 1 million games in every basketball season, and I don't want to watch 1 million halftime shows. I'm just trying to speed.
I just want 1 million beers. Can I get 1 million beers, please?
Run to the playoffs so I can take a virtual trophy home.
1 million beers.
Home to my real-life Orlando Magic. Is that too much to ask? 58 seconds, by the way. But whatever, those are just minor inconveniences. The really egregious waste of time are in the My Career mode. Now, the thing is, when you start his career, this guy fucking sucks at basketball, which is a problem because that's the thing he's trying to do. He's slow as hell. He can't shoot to save his life. He has one shirt and it's brown. And in order to fix these things, you need to obtain virtual currency. Now, there's 2 ways you can do this. Option 1, grind. Spend dozens of hours playing dozens of games, scraping together pennies so you can get 1% faster, 1% stronger, 1% better at handling ball. But it's never enough. This process is miserable.
Or watch 1% less ads, 1% less ads, 1% less ads, or in the case of YugopnikTwitch, 100% less ads or $6 a month for free through Prime. So instead of watching this ad that is going to play in exactly 2 minutes and 20 seconds, then become a subscriber and never watch them again at least for 1 month. After which you will probably continue it because you will understand the privileges of not watching ads are too good to be taken back. The microtransactions of our internet relationship are real, and I am asking you for subscriptions instead of advertising, which is a direct punishment on your soul. The choice is yours. The ad will play in 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Useless out there. You don't belong in.
That was the most honest ad pitch I've ever done. That has ever been done on this fucking platform.
The NBA. You would be better off in any other line of work. And this is exactly.
Capitalism is so sick and disgusting that it's quite literally monetizing our interpersonal relationships, both between you and the people that you touch grass together with or the people that you connect with on the internet. It is fucking ratchet.
By design. This is how the game wants you to feel. They want you to hate this part because they know the more frustrating of an experience you have, the more likely you are to just skip to option 2, spend $40 more. Come on, just do it. You don't have time for this. Don't you want to get to the fun part? You'll start doing the math in your head and rationalize it as a no-brainer. Yeah, $40 is a lot of money, but it's not nearly as much money as I could earn in the 40 hours it's saving me. You feel like a genius. You feel like you outsmart.
Okay, I never phrased it that way. That was really smart. That was really smart.
Smarted the system, and then you realize this is the system. I did the exact thing they wanted me to do. And it wouldn't even be that bad if the game itself didn't already cost $70. But now you're out over $100, maybe $150 if you pre-ordered it. Also, the professional athlete you created doesn't play like he's never touched a basketball in his life before.
And I've got all the natural ability in the world thanks to my genetics.
And then you get to do it all again next year. This whole system of paying to skip a grind that has been intentionally designed to be insufferable has become way too common. Developers are purposely holding our time hostage, knowing we'll probably spend a few bucks to get some of it back. I feel like that's almost the entire business model of MMOs. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing RuneScape after our lifelong on-off relationship. I kept having to fight the urge to spend a few bucks on gold because the alternative was earning it in the game, but then I'd have to play the game. And I don't want to do that. I just want to play the end of the game. How long does it take to get there? Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I guess this is where I live now. In conclusion, life is short, and your time is precious. It's your most valuable resource, and you should treat it that way because, unfortunately, no amount of it is guaranteed. And I just hate...
Exactly. That is why you should go outside right now. Go touch some grass, or if you do not have that ability, hit up your friend. Talk to them on the phone. Touch grass. Stop watching the shit. Stop watching the shit. Stop watching the shit. Very convenient for me to say as I'm ending my stream, but... Literally, go touch some grass, but then join me tomorrow for the stream at the same time, because this is a metaphoric grass touching, where I teach you how to better touch grass as a true communist instead of touching grass as a disgusting fucking liberal conservative. Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much to all the subscribers. Thank you very much to all the followers. Thank you very much to all my beautiful mods for your work. Now, go forth and multiply. Hopefully, literally multiply. Go have sex or something, or do things that don't involve the internet that much, you know? It's always going to involve the internet to an extent, but, you know, minimize it. It's kind of healthy. It's kind of nice. You don't have, no, you do not have to watch the 10-hour Warhammer lore video. Am I going to proceed to do that right after this? No, because I have to work on the podcast. But after that, yeah, that's definitely, that's what I'm going to do. Unironically, incredibly nice fucking stream. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much. We have invented cuting.
Wonderful.
We are cuting so nice. Thank you, Pandas, you fucking legend, for the 9 months, baby. I have made you pregnant. Thank you very much for all the cuting supporters. Thank you very much to all the subs, all the follows. You G's are fucking legends. And this was a really nice month. Let's start the next one with even more intensity and more streams and more streams and more streams and more streams. It was a very bad idea to tell you to stop being on the internet, as I'm saying that I'm going to do more streams. Anyways, let me raid someone, even though I just told you to get the fuck outside. Okay, let's raid the dear friend of the show, Rob Russ. Okay. Let's go raid Rob the fucking Russ, okay? Raid Rob Russ. Say hello to Rob Russ and see you here tomorrow. Hey, look at me. You, tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So go say hi to Rob, and I will see you all tomorrow. Do not rob. Rob robs you in the rob you of the Rob. I think my brain is broken. No joke, really nice stream. Love you all. Follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, subscribe over on YouTube, blah, 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 words that content creators say. You don't have to do any of those. Just go and enjoy life. Bye, my beautiful child soldiers, and see you tomorrow. I'll say hi to JT and Hakim from you motherfuckers. Ajde, ciao. Mrš u pičku mater. Mrš bre.